Mean Mr. Mustard said he's bored of life in the district. He can't afford the French Quarter high. Says it gets sold real quick. And he pales up next to me, scrawled on the pavement. It says, son, time is all the luck you need. And if I stay lucky, then my tongue will stay tied, and I won't betray the things that I hide. It's not enough years underneath this bell for me to admit the way that I felt. Mean Mr. Mustard says, don't be the wave that crashes from the sea of discontent. He says he's wrestled with that blanket, leaves you cold and wet any way you stretch it. Divine apathy, disease of my youth. Watch that you don't catch it. And if I stay lucky, then my tongue will stay tied, and I won't betray the things that I hide. It's not enough years underneath this bell for me to admit the way that I felt. And I'm the wave that crashes from the sea that turns itself. I'm inside out every chance I get to see what it's like in here. And if I stay lucky, then my tongue will stay tied, and I won't betray the things that I hide. It's not enough years underneath this bell for me to admit the way that I feel. But if I stay lucky, then my tongue will stay tied, and I won't betray the things that I hide. It's not enough years underneath this bell for me to admit the way that I feel.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
So much to get to today as we get ready for Week 12 of college football. An amazing weekend in the NFL. Big wins for Alabama, Auburn, and UAB here locally. The college football race tightens up a little bit when it comes to the playoffs, and some great conference races going on. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Lunsford, Forrester, Tyler the Intern, and Taylor Korn is out in the command center of all of our social media at Next Round Live. Jump in there, and we'll talk about that. Let's go first with a little bit of the games on the field, and then we'll get into this Auburn coaching search a little bit. Alabama beats Ole Miss in Oxford in a very entertaining football game, But a one-possession game, 30-24. Ole Miss has ball in hand driving. And there was a lot of feel for Alabama fans like this is going to be like Tennessee. This is going to be like LSU. Ole Miss is about to walk us off at the end. And they end up making a big play, Brian Branch in the end zone.
Yeah, look, it did look that way. You know, Alabama's down 10-0, down 17-7, down 17-14 at half. They take the 6-point lead late. And Ole Miss is able to get some big chunk yards on the ground on that final drive, which I know you loved because it cost you a steak. I was shocked that they ran the ball in that situation. But once they actually got, into a good position to possibly punch it in, they completely abandoned the run.
They did. I just don't think Lane Kiffin thought he could run it in based on that second half. And I know they had just hit the home run. Yeah. Not really a home run. He didn't score there. But they just hit the big run. But by and large, Alabama took the run away from them in the second half. And Pete Golding, as much criticism as he gets, that second half was terrific. They forced, as Gary Danielson very hoarsely pointed out, they forced Ole Miss into being a drop-back pass team, which they are not. That's not how Lane Kiffin's offense works, especially with Jackson Dart. And that's credit to Alabama on defense. It's weird. I mean, obviously, defensively, you've got a huge advantage when a team needs a touchdown, not a field goal.
That's right.
Whether you're up 6, 7, whatever. But just beyond the fact that you've got to go the length of the field, you got to call plays differently. Like I've always felt like, as a defense, when I know the team's got to score a touchdown, I can play defense differently than if they just need a field goal.
Sometimes that hurts you.
Sometimes it does.
But not usually.
Yeah.
You want to make the other team have to score a touchdown. And that gets us to the big picture of Lane Kiffin. Whatever you think of Lane Kiffin, whether you want him to be your coach in places like Auburn or whether you want him to stay your coach in Oxford, it comes back to the maddening things that Lane Kiffin does sometimes. And in the moment, you're all about it because Lane Kiffin is like, man, he's going to go more gas than brakes, and here we go. Early on, first great drive by Ole Miss, stalls out. They don't take the easy three.
It was just like last year.
It doesn't take the easy three, and they get shut down. No points in that first drive. That easy, short, less than 35-yard field goal early on means that last drive, when it gets to fourth down at the end with seconds left on the clock, you don't have to throw it into the end zone. You trot your kicker out again for a less than 35-yard field goal. You tie the game and you go to overtime. That's the kind of game management that if you're Lane Kiffin, do you continue to grow for that, or do you stay all gas, no brakes in that situation?
No, look, I think you've got to kick the field goal there. I mean, I don't know. Here's the thing I would say. If you've watched Alabama this year, points are kind of at a premium. It's not the same Alabama offense we've seen in the past. I can understand last year in Bryant-Denny going for those fourth downs because Alabama had an explosive offense. They really don't have an explosive offense. So to get points at home against Alabama, an offense that struggles, I think you got to take it. And for overall, Ole Miss 0 for 3 on fourth downs. Yeah. That was a big difference.
I mean, it felt like here we go again. Last year. Now, last year he was going for fourth downs all the way down the field on that first possession and then got stopped on the last one, and they never really recovered from that. Alabama was up 35-0 in that game. But it felt like here we go again, and then Alabama got the ball, and they were inept on offense. And you wonder if at that point Lane Kiffin's like, oh, okay, I just screwed up right there.
Should have taken the three.
Should have taken the three, and I'm going to coach this game differently than I coached last year's game. Or does Lane Kiffin ever think that?
Yeah, and see, that's just it. You don't know on that first drive what you're going to need on that last drive.
That's right. Yeah.
You don't know that. You don't know that. So it's easy after the game to go, oh, man, if he'd have taken that field goal, they could be kicking a field goal now, and it'd be a different situation.
Yeah, but and I know what you're saying, and I don't disagree with what you're saying there. But the other stuff you also don't know is, that gave Alabama the ball pinned deep, and they had to be a little more conservative. And then you get the ball back in good field position and you score. If you kick the field goal, kick it off to Alabama, they may run the kickback for a touchdown. They may run it out to the 40 and have good field position for a drive. You may get a face mask and it's out to the 50. You just don't know. I mean, you're right. You're not wrong in what you're saying, but I'm also saying a fourth down call in the first quarter doesn't necessarily mean what happened in the fourth quarter would have still happened.
Yeah, no. And don't get me wrong. I'm not on either side of this. I'm just painting a picture here that one is one way Lane Kiffin does it.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, he's not my coach, but I enjoyed the other way. I like all gas, no brakes. I sort of like that. I'm just saying that there are people who love all gas, no brakes, and there are very conservative people who are like, Man, take points anytime you get points, take points, take points, take points. Don't chase points. There are those type people. I love entertainment, and Lane Kiffin is extremely entertaining, especially in the postgame this year. After the loss to Alabama 30-24, Lane Kiffin had this interaction.
I guess even in defeat, Judd can still rush for 135 yards against one of the better rush defenses in the country. I mean, just kind of assess just what you saw through him just throughout 60 minutes.
Yeah, I don't, guys, let me just explain it really well. I don't really give a shit about how many yards we had, how close the game was. We didn't win the game. And 2 years ago, we walked off this field, and I said, we didn't come here to cover spreads. We didn't come here to play what at the time was the number one team in the country close. So all these things about, well, you did this good, and freshman running back, it doesn't matter. We didn't win the game. So, maybe some other places that's good, or it's been here and good in the past. It ain't good enough. We came here to win, to beat Alabama. We didn't do it. So we're 0-1 today.
Now, our buddy Josh Pate paints that as a picture that I call it Boosterism 101, that Lane Kiffin is speaking to boosters everywhere, maybe boosters in Auburn who would want to hire Lane Kiffin. That resonates with them. Boosters at Ole Miss, that resonates with them. Call me. What is it in y'all's favorite movie, Tombstone? Where
your Huckleberry?
Call me the Huckleberry. I eat that with a spoon right there. I mean, when a coach is talking like that, I eat that up. So I guess I'm the gullible one. That maybe that is just for people like me, and he's selling a loss in a better way for me, but I eat that soundbite up.
I think he really believes it. I mean, look, they had every opportunity to win that game, and Alabama's not the Alabama team we've seen in the past. Boy, he has really worked on his Saban mannerisms.
Oh, he has. That was a lot of the reaction I saw in that, Lance, is like, my gosh, just like he's trying to do a Saban imitation. Yep. Yeah.
It's really what it was like.
Look, when you're on the market, if you're on the market, that's good mannerisms to have, right?
I would agree.
There's no moral victories when you're still in a race to win the SEC West.
That's right. They weren't dead. Alabama was the one that was dead in that game. And, just call it like it is. If you're Lane Kiffin standing there, and I don't know that Lane had absorbed or accepted what I'm about to say, or maybe he was standing there and he had accepted it, and it's one reason he was frustrated there, is Pete Golding outcoached you in the second half. Pete Golding, a guy that gets a lot of criticism, outcoached Lane Kiffin in the second half.
And I still don't really get it. I mean, go back to the Tennessee game. Yeah, Alabama's defense was bad that day. But outside of that, LSU weren't great. But to only give up 10 points in that second half, I agree with you. I thought he did an incredible job of adjustments.
And hats off to Byron Young.
Phenomenal game.
He played his best game in a crimson uniform.
Yeah, 11 tackles, 2 sacks.
For the first time in a little bit, I watched that game, and it wasn't just abundantly clear that Alabama was obviously the better team than Ole Miss. I mean, if anything, it was close enough you could call it a tie. You could even argue that Ole Miss was actually the better team. I don't know. I mean, you guys watch the same game I watched. Do you watch that game and you're like, oh, no doubt Alabama's the better team?
You're talking about actual better rosters and everything.
Yeah, just the better team.
Absolutely.
Better team.
The whole season has been full of a lot of Alabama looks like the other sideline.
So if you're Lane Kiffin, you're normally coming into this game at a huge disadvantage because you don't have the better team, and you got to go for a bunch of 4 downs, all right? Well, this was a time where when Kiffin steps back and looks, he's like, man, I might have had the same team. I might have had an equal team to Alabama finally, and I still lost the game. And I got outcoached by their defensive coordinator in the second half.
Honestly, without Bryce Young, is this a 500 team?
Probably so.
Oh, I mean, they very well could be a 4-loss, 5-loss team.
They lose to Texas. They lose to Ole Miss.
But there again, I mean,
maybe they lose to A&M.
Yeah. You don't know if they run a different offense that works better
with
Milroe or the other kid.
Yeah, but I mean, you can do this with anybody. It's just used to you didn't do it with Alabama. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You used to the gaps are so big. You're like, hey, even with Alabama's backup, they still win all these games. I mean, Alabama is now every other team in the nation in this aspect that if they didn't have their starting quarterback, they'd be a 500 team. Yeah. Almost any other team in America is in that situation, right? Alabama just hasn't been in it for a decade or so.
Yeah,
but now they are.
Lunsford makes a point. Bryce didn't play in the A&M game, so you can't count that one.
Yeah.
No, there's no doubt.
They actually won that game with Milroe. And you tell me their best part of their offense on Saturday was that, not everybody in America, and not everybody in this room can do it, but most quarterbacks can do it. The best plays Alabama ran on Saturday was handoff to Jace McClellan.
Oh, McClellan was really good.
Yeah.
And I brought him up last week. That's a guy that doesn't get enough touches. I think McClellan needs to get more touches. I think on some short yardage stuff, Roydell's good. You might even think about Jalen Milroe, though. I know that sounds crazy.
No, to have a package.
Yeah, to have a package for Milroe. And then I think Gibbs, although he left the game and, they never talked about it, it looked like he was just getting benched for performance. When he is healthy, he needs to be in the slot more.
If you were, and this play gets forgotten a little bit because Alabama won the game, but if you were, in fact, going to go for that fourth down at the start of the second quarter or at the end of the first quarter, as it turns out Alabama did, that's a position where maybe you would have a Milroe, right? Now, Alabama wasn't going for that. I have no idea why McLaughlin snapped the ball. That was very puzzling. But maybe that's a situation where you would use him.
Absolutely, 100%. A lot more to do here, but let's remind you that the Squadron play basketball Tuesday night against the Lakeland Magic. Game tips at 7 o'clock. You can get premium seats, suites, and a lot more with food packages and more by calling the Squadron up. That phone number, 205-719-0850. 205-719-0850, or get your tickets at Ticketmaster. Great pricing. It's all really new. Pricing this year, fan-friendly. You can check it all out with our friends at Ticketmaster, or just go to the Squadron website or call the number 205-719-0850. Tuesday night, home game at Legacy Arena for the Squadron G League game. Now, on the other side of the state, big win for Carnell Williams, for Auburn, unbelievable atmosphere. We'll give that its full due and talk about all of that coming up in just a second. But Auburn also in the middle of a coaching search. So let's paint this backdrop. You have Lane Kiffin there, who a number of Auburn fans want as the head coach. Most people would say he's the number one candidate. Have been saying that for a couple of weeks. And our friend Josh Pate was hinting there that what Lane Kiffin was saying after the game resonated down in booster rooms down in Auburn. You also had Carnell Williams, who's a beloved son, and it was a love fest for Carnell and his love of the program and the love of the Auburn program by the Auburn fans Saturday night. And what was an amazing atmosphere. You can't find me another place in America where a 3-6 team was playing a 3-6 team and you would have that kind of atmosphere. It was magical down there. Talk to people who are Auburn people who were down there. Magical day.
It really looked like they were playing to get into an SEC championship.
It looked like the game was to represent the West.
It was amazing.
I agree.
Yeah, so you had all of that going on, and from the tweets we were getting all day long, it was one guy called it's like a Field of Dreams game. We're all here to support Carnell and just be at Jordan-Hare Stadium together one last time for an SEC game this year with beautiful weather and da-da-da-da-da. It was that kind of atmosphere. It was a great day to be an Auburn Tiger. And now you have some people who were drunk on the day saying, go ahead and give the job to Carnell Williams.
Yeah.
And you should not make decisions when you're drunk on enthusiasm on the day, right? I mean, Carnell Williams as the next Auburn coach would be what to you guys?
Mike Shula.
If that.
Yeah, Mike Shula with more energy.
That's true. A more energetic Mike Shula. Yeah.
I've talked to a few Auburn fans that want Carnell to get the job. Now, I think they're still hungover from Saturday because I don't think it's really realistic.
Yeah, what if the people you talk to, have you talked to people that want Carnell to get the job?
My friends they love Carnell Williams. They've supported him in Starkville, and they are not for Carnell getting the head coaching job.
So maybe in the chat room, maybe in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, if you want to call 205-734-0923, I would like to hear why you want Carnell to get the job. And I'm not taking shots. I just want to hear the rationale behind it. Because what do I always say about these deals? What do I always say?
If Carnell didn't go to Auburn, is there any chance he would get the job?
Okay. And that's what I've always said about those. When if
he didn't go to Auburn, look at that.
He's probably not on the staff to begin with.
The atmosphere would have been nothing. That would have been one of the most boring games of the weekend.
Yeah, but Carnell made it a special day at Auburn, and it was special in the locker room after. We'll continue the thought about the next coach at Auburn, but Rockstar, give me cut 11. Let's go into the locker room. This from the Auburn football social media site. And we forget sometimes that, and listen, it's not all about the kids anymore, right? It's a $1 billion industry. Just look at the stadiums and the TV contracts and everything. But the guys who actually play, wear the uniforms, it means something to them still. It should still be a little bit about them. And it was for the Auburn players the last couple of weeks. And we go inside the Auburn locker room here after the win.
So first off, Coach, we just want to say thank you for all the sacrifice, you stepping in, being here for this team, you serving and believing in us. every single day. You come to work every single day to help this team get better and get Auburn back to where it used to be. So I know you said it's not all about you, but tonight, man, we want to present you the game ball for your.
I mean, that's a great moment. Pre-game and post-game on the SEC Network, just the walking out of the tunnel interview, and then the post-game interview on the field with his family. Just two great moments there for Carnell Williams, for the Auburn family, and you just see the emotions on how much the whole thing meant.
Well, you know, and Tank Bigsby said the building changed when Cadillac got the job. There was zero energy with Harsin. And Taylor Korn, our social media director, Auburn grad, she said that the atmosphere was incredible Saturday night. She was like, going to games before, you would look on the sidelines, there's zero energy. And what Carnell did for that team to really get them up was special. And I'll tell you this, as bad as Auburn's been this year, if Alabama had to go to Jordan-Hare with Carnell coaching,
it'd be wild, wouldn't it?
It would be interesting.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, because they play with so much emotion now.
Yeah, I think I saw a look-ahead line on that game as 25.5,
Yeah.
which is way too high, even in Bryant-Denny. But yeah, in Jordan-Hare, the way that game normally goes in Jordan-Hare is completely unpredictable. But B, the way Carnell is able to kind of incite that crowd, I mean, Alabama would be a mess in that game in Jordan-Hare. There's no doubt about it. I mean, you'd stand a chance of going 3-1 with a win over Alabama, assuming they beat Western Kentucky Saturday, which is far from a given.
By the way, 6.5 point favorites over the Hilltoppers.
Far from a given that they beat Western Kentucky Saturday. Look, I mean, he's injected emotion into the program. The team is playing differently. And I will say this, it's not just emotion. It's easy to say, oh, Carnell Williams is taking over and they're just emotionally different. They are. But you made this point, and I'd already noticed it watching the game. You made it on our Saturday night show in the Culver's postgame. Their run game is different with him.
That's right.
They're committed to it.
They're committed to it, and
Yeah.
they've schemed a couple of new plays.
There's no doubt.
that can cause teams problems.
I assume those plays have been in the playbook from day one. I doubt you're adding plays to the playbook right now as overwhelmed as you are. And we can ask John Samuel Shenker that later. But they ran different plays, and that run game is far more effective. Guys, they didn't even throw the football.
Yep.
I mean, think about what they did on the ground without even a pass.
How about this stat line? Robbie Ashford, 6 of 13, 60 yards, 1 touch, 2 picks. Auburn's leading receiver, Tank Bigsby, 2 grabs for 20 yards.
It's a service academy approach, and they still had that kind of impact running the football against what at times has been a really good defense this year.
Well, look,
at times.
DJ Durkin's defense, I mean, it looked pretty good Saturday night, but overall, it's been a downgrade from what Mike Elko was able to do. But the reason Auburn really won this game, give Carnell and that team a lot of credit and the crowd, but Jimbo Fisher is that bad of a play caller.
Yeah, too much to do at the end of one segment.
Yeah.
Maybe a whole hour on that coming up.
Oh, Jimbo.
We may do a whole hour on that later on. But you're spot on. As good as that was for the Auburn folks, it was equally as bad for the Texas A&M folks. Their offense was horrible. So, Carnell aside now, the Auburn search, where do you think we are today? Brown, I'll start with you. Where do you think we are today in the Auburn search for the next head coach?
There are a lot of people.
Tell me that after we tell you about the great folks. The great folks at Nichols Outfitters.
Nichols Outfitters, I'll tell you that first. I-65, exit 242 right there in Pelham. Listen, if you are you've got an old firearm, maybe a hunting rifle, and you don't use it anymore, you don't want it just collecting dust, you've upgraded the past couple of years, you could sell it to Nichols Outfitters, put some cash in your pocket for Christmas. Nichols Outfitters in Pelham. In fact, you could just spend it right there in the store. They'll pay you for your old firearm. Drop by and ask their team what you can get for your firearm. These guys know outdoors. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242, I-65 in Pelham. There are a lot of people that are speculating. I don't know if reporting would be the proper word. There's a lot of speculation that Auburn has a deal done with someone, and most people consider that to be Lane Kiffin.
Oh, so a deal done maybe.
Again, now I'm saying speculation, and I am not reporting this. This is not Ryan Brown saying this. I'm just saying that's what the speculation is. And I think Philip Marshall, I don't know if he reported a deal is done or a deal is close to being done. He did not report with whom that I have seen anyway. So, there's a lot of speculation that this is Lane Kiffin's job right now at Auburn. I will say this is the only thing that I am comfortable saying that I am comfortable in saying, all right? Autonomy is very important to Lane Kiffin. He has seen how it has benefited Nick Saban in his time in Tuscaloosa. And he's had enough head coaching jobs where he didn't have full autonomy that he has seen that's the way you want it. And I do think Lane Kiffin, whether he gets it at Auburn or not, or gets more of it at Ole Miss by leveraging the Auburn job, I think that is something that is very important, even beyond just money to Lane Kiffin. Ole Miss can pay Lane Kiffin a lot. Auburn can pay Lane Kiffin a lot. But I think, from what I can gather, he has seen the benefit of having full autonomy in your program.
Something that kept Billy Napier at Louisiana.
Yeah.
When reports he didn't get that when he was interviewed at Auburn and other SEC places, he decided to wait and has gotten that at Florida.
Yeah. And Zach says, Brown loves breaking news but always having himself an out. This is not breaking news. I'm not trying to break news. I'm just saying I know that is important to Lane Kiffin, and he may not get it at Auburn, but he may not get it at Ole Miss. And if you're not going to get it anywhere, then, you start weighing, okay, well, which job can I win more at, right? Or where can I be more comfortable or whatever? Or am I ever going to get the Alabama job where I might get autonomy? I don't know.
I just think, unfortunately, Auburn's never going to give that up. So I think ultimately Lane is using this for leverage to get that long-term deal, and he needs to hurry because I still think he ends up 8-4 if KJ Jefferson plays this weekend. And I'll get back to my Arkansas over LSU prediction later on.
Okay.
But I still think watching Liberty against UConn, it looked like Hugh Freeze was franning it up. It looked like he had already taken the Auburn job. And I don't know if you saw it afterwards. So they're giving Jim Mora Jr. The Gatorade bath.
He's laughing.
He was laughing.
He was standing midfield.
You were ranked. You had
I
every
know.
opportunity to be the Group 5 team representing the New Year's Six, and you're laughing after losing that game.
And by the way, Group 5 New Year's 6 team gets a pretty big payout, right?
They do. Huge.
And Liberty is what? They're independent. They're not sharing that payout with anybody.
They get it all.
Yeah.
They get it all. All right, so the Auburn search is heating up depending on who you read or listen to or make phone calls to. Lane Kiffin in that mix, maybe others. Some of you want Carnell Williams. We'll see how it plays out as we progress throughout the day. When we come back, we'll talk more about college football, what went on this weekend. Our first guest is an hour away when John Samuel Shenker joins the show. Your best and worst of the weekend's coming up next. The show is being brought to you by our official tequila here at the next round, Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, multi-age tequila that is aged in new European oak barrels, double filter to remove the color right there while enhancing the taste and producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. It is Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Ask for it by name.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's fourth Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
More basketball coming up this week. Impressive wins. Hard-fought one Friday night for Auburn against USF, leading into that big Saturday at the Plains for the football team. Then Alabama, only an 8.5-point favorite against Liberty, demolished Liberty at home on Friday night. That team, I don't want to say they peaked already, but that was a perfect performance.
Who, Alabama? They were in their second game.
That was a perfect performance from Alabama on Friday night. More basketball coming up a little bit later on this week. UAB dropped the first game of that tournament up in Philly, the featured game with our friends over there at Barstool Sports, that wonderful event they produced up in Philly. Great game against Toledo there. So more basketball happening this weekend. But let's get to the best and worst of the weekend with all of you folks in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. You can also call in if you'd like, 205-734-0923, or hit us up on Twitter. It's always brought to you by our friends at Hemphill.
Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it. Fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
All right, Steve says in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, the best, Bama's second-half defense, the worst, Arkansas football. We've talked about how Pete Golding outcoached Lane Kiffin in that second half, and that's probably a bitter pill for Kiffin to swallow Saturday and Sunday and today. Arkansas football, I mean, they were down. If anything that Sam Pittman might have messed up on, maybe he started the wrong guy.
That's right. I thought the third-string quarterback who came in,
Cade Forden,
looked a lot better than Malik Hornsby. Maybe not at running the football, but what it was going to take to win that game. If he'd started QB3 instead of QB2, but I'm not going to trash Arkansas football for playing a team that's in the playoff contention so close when they don't have their starting quarterback.
I'm telling you, KJ Jefferson plays that game, they win that game. That's how bad the quarterback play was for Arkansas.
Can I just go one step forward? If Harold Perkins' parents had not gotten together 18 years ago, Arkansas wins that football game.
Yeah, and look, Harold Perkins, and people thought this is, just hyperbole, over the top, whatever you want to call it. I think right now, the way he's playing, he might be the best defensive player
in America.
College football.
Yeah. He may be. And
most disruptive, at least.
He's got to be your SEC Freshman of the Year. I know Judkins has had a good year, but I mean, I think
that'd be close.
That'd be close. Do they do offense and defense? Because they aren't up.
Probably so, and that's easy if they do offensive defense.
I mean, can I just let's put that into context? I want to read the line to you: 8 tackles, 4 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, a pass breakup.
Almost had a pick.
Yeah, 6 of those tackles were solo.
And here's where I'll criticize Bryles and Sam Pittman. They kept single blocking the guy a lot, and I just don't understand why you're doing.
Or leaving him unblocked and trying to run away from him.
Scheme away from him and don't block. Yeah, and I mean he's so fast, he chases you down from behind.
Yeah, we didn't know KJ wasn't playing until right before the game, and my prediction all week was Arkansas wins this game, and one of the reasons I said Jaden Daniels is finally going to have that off game. He had that off game.
He did.
And he was really, really bad. Josh Williams was good for LSU running the football, and LSU's defense played well against a backup quarterback. Malik Hornsby, to me, is Robbie Ashford light.
I'm okay with that. Yeah.
And that's not good.
Jack says his best of the weekend, Bama wins. His worst, Texas A&M. What a train wreck. His second worst, Tennessee running the score up on Mizzou. Bad luck. Honestly, even though we made a big deal, not a big deal, but we talked some about it on this show, I had forgotten this week the Eli Drinkwitz shots at Tennessee on the Jim Rome show.
Yeah.
Do you think that had anything to do with this?
I would say some, but Tennessee is the one team that has a loss, and they've got to be overly impressive, and I think 66 looks better than 59.
Yeah, look, and that's what I said last week. They are playing for style points in those final 3 games, beginning with Missouri. 724 yards and 460 passing, 264 rushing. I think when people and the majority of that committee probably didn't watch Tennessee, but when you look at the final and you're like, damn, 66-24, and they put up 724 yards, that's impressive.
Yeah, and you always got to cover. It was my backup quarterback. It
was Joe Milton throwing deep.
I put Joe Milton in. Yeah. He's the one throwing deep late. You got that cover there. And we talk about it all the time. If you don't want people to run up the score on you, get better.
No,
right?
I have no problem with it. But now Milton there was a message, Jim, because Milton threw deep. They thought it was a touchdown, reviewed it, which was holding up the start of the Alabama game, and ruled it was not a touchdown, and you still ran it in.
Yeah.
I mean, like you could have taken a knee right there and been like, we've made our point.
Yeah.
Joe Milton completed a deep ball, but nope, they just kept going. And again, I'm with you. If it's SEC on SEC, there's no such thing as running up the score. You ought to be better.
Yeah. I'll go old Bobby Bowden. That running back that scores got mamas and daddies
That's
too.
right.
That came and watched his son.
He practices just as hard as the starter.
Let that guy score a touchdown too. But the bottom line is Tennessee needs style points just in case, and I had no problem with it.
Look, Lincoln Riley was up 31, on that final possession with seconds left and punched it in. Thank God he did. It covered.
For the cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he knew the point spread.
Well, maybe. But at the same time, it's all about style points for these teams that have the one loss, where it's going to be a little controversial whether or not they get it.
724 yards of total offense, like you said, a Tennessee record. It's impressive against a defense.
It's pretty good.
That isn't bad.
Yeah, and by the way, Drinkwitz's coming off a contract extension. How's that going?
Yeah. But he did run that mouth a little bit, to your point.
He did, back in the summer.
And got it. When you run your mouth, you get it back sometimes.
Jeff, best of the weekend. First trip to Oxford, walking out with a Bama dub. Let's before we get to his worst, I do want to hit on that. If you've never been to a big game in Oxford, it's a fun atmosphere. I highly recommend that. Yeah.
It is fun. It's not overly intimidating compared to other SEC
it's
places.
Not Neyland Stadium or Tiger Stadium or Jordan Hare or Bryant Denny, but it's a fun atmosphere.
Yeah.
They party over there, man. His worst, LT's late night UCLA talk. Chris's best is LT's bets on the Late Show. Rockstar, we've got a very uncomfortable bet payoff coming up here.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Steak?
It is
it is meat.
Far more than a steak.
We'll go first on the just the conversation. He's on, and he's been partying all day long, and
drink in hand.
Yeah, now this was the second bet he made. He's like, Dunaway, I'll go one step forward, 2 stakes to 1. UCLA makes not only they come back and win this game, they make the college football playoffs.
Oh, no. I don't think UCLA won, did they?
They did not, Rockstar. They did
Just
not.
wait.
Don't jump the gun there, right?
Yes, they did not win.
Which I'm going to need because Jeff Saturday apparently is the best coach in NFL history.
Did you see the greatest? Did you see the greatest football competitive sports game in history? I think it's Bills and Vikings.
Oh, yes.
The greatest in history.
Don't badmouth that. I really think it was close.
Hey, by the way, I mean, Josh McDaniels, the guy's a joke, obviously. Saying he lost to Jeff Saturday.
He lost to Jeff Saturday.
I mean, come on.
That's right. He just one notch from losing to Sam Ponder.
Yeah. Whatever that means.
They were on the same set together. They do the same network. But before that, Rockstar, LT, just on UCLA winning this game was what, Brown?
Let me just say, because I'm setting up Rockstar, the fact that this is a potentially devastating night for the Pac-12. Oregon has already lost to Washington, so they're out. And UCLA, Arizona's up 14-0.
14-0. They're down right then.
Yeah, 14-0. Arizona's up. And now, granted, it's still early second quarter when we're on live.
Yeah,
right?
and just for perspective, Green Bay was down 14 in the fourth quarter. Minnesota was down 17 in the second half.
Oh, it happens all the time.
Yeah, so I was not worried at all about that game.
He was not worried at all.
So worried.
So not worried that he goes, I'll tell you what, I'll bet my left nut to $7. UCLA wins this game.
$7.
Oh, no.
$7.
LT, I'll take that bet right
How
there.
are we doing this?
I forgot what the number was. I don't know. I don't know how you guys want to do it.
Yes.
Can Dr. B do that one?
I don't know.
No, we've got our friends from, don't we have our friends coming in a little bit later?
Yeah, Urology Centers of Alabama.
And they'll be here today.
Yeah, they'll be here today.
We'll
just
set up an
ask
appointment.
them how
That's called symmetry, guys.
Yes, it is. It's perfect timing. It's what it is, Rockstar. We'll ask them how difficult this is.
I'm going to say Dr. Pardon would probably not appreciate if we ask her.
It's a her.
Yeah.
Oh, that's even more interesting to me. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, are you donating it for a good cause?
Yeah.
Testy. It was a bet.
I just, and you guys watched, and they had a final shot, and I thought DTR made that throw, and he was going to catch it at the back of the end zone. I never sweated it till it was over. I really didn't.
Do you know what a mess your body would be if of all the body parts you bet over the years?
Well, but rarely does he lose a body part bet. This is the first time I can remember
There's
it.
been a lot of nut bets, though.
Yeah. Oh, there have been, but I think he hits most of
This
them.
is not this one.
Yes.
I am really surprised because you're right. The Pac-12 is down to one team. One team only.
And they're about to lose Saturday.
And they probably are.
Because that's the way college football goes.
I think there's such a knee-jerk reaction in Vegas to that game because UCLA would have been favored in that game if they win against Arizona.
That's weird. And now they're a 4-point dog, right?
Yeah, now USC's the favorite, and UCLA's a better team than USC.
You used to wave the white flag. What is it now when you have no flag left to wave?
It's the old checkered. It's the old checkered flag.
I don't know what you do.
Part of our show being brought to you by the guy who's made the hair on his head seem a lot better, Dr. B. 12 to 14% better right now.
That's right, Dunaway. When I had that second hair analysis done at Dr. Beckstein's office, got the results back. The hair is 12 to 14% thicker already. Still pretty early in the treatment. Just started that second phase over a month ago and already have significant growth. Dr. Beckstein, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered that use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast, takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce the quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Look, be a good friend today. Tell whoever it is, hey, you're thinning a little bit in the back. You need to go see Dr. B. Preemptive strike. Get in front of this. 205-319-0316. 205-319-0316, and tell them the next round sent you.
All right, continuing the conversation of our best and worst of the weekend, Brownie, what else do we have in the chat room?
Brian says, best, A&M loses again. Worst SEC network coverage of Auburn, Texas A&M. I thought I was watching the Auburn network.
Oh, I thought it was fantastic.
I don't think he's an Auburn fan.
Yeah, but I mean, Cole Kubelik, who played there, to have that access walking down the tunnel was really good, and the post game would have been good with anybody. I thought it was really emotional with Cadillac.
I could see if I was an A&M fan, it really frustrated me because it did feel like there was a lot of Auburn in that game, and on top of that, my team is playing like total horse, you know what.
You have a lot of reasons to be upset. A whole segment of that coming up in the next segment on Jimbo Fisher.
Tripp says, by the way, this is not a best and worst, but this is a great point. Tripp said, Jeff Saturday is proof that going against the media consensus normally means you'll profit.
Yeah, okay. I hope the Colts hire him full time.
Well, look, we talked about it.
You think the Colts fans are like Jeff Saturday, like the Auburn fans are with Cadillac? He's our guy.
That's our guy. He's one of us.
One of the reasons I played the Colts yesterday +4. Well, Josh McDaniels is awful. The Raiders aren't good,
right?
But I just thought that the easy thing to do was to bring Matt Ryan back into that lineup. Watching Sam Ehlinger last week, he was awful.
Yeah, I don't know what I don't know what he was doing.
Yeah, so why wasn't Matt Ryan in there to begin? That's why you get fired as a coach.
That's right. Hunter says, ironically, 66 points good enough for Tennessee football Saturday would not have been enough for basketball on Sunday. That was a bad loss for them.
It was a bad loss for them on Saturday.
Sunday. Tournament's forever away.
Yeah, so that's some of the best and worst of the weekend. We'll get more best and worst as we continue on. Like Gary's saying, his best of the weekend, Jace McClellan's running for Alabama, a little downhill physical running attack. When we come back, though, problems at Texas A&M. It is Pinata Jimbo Fisher weekend. Coming off another loss, this one at Jordan-Hare Stadium. The other side of that game that was such a good game for Cadillac Williams. The show being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. Couple of the early betting lines looking forward. Remember, UAB's at LSU this weekend. All-time series, 1-1.
Uh-oh.
That series is tied all time. They'll play the third game this weekend. LSU only a 14.5-point favorite. If you'd like to play the Blazers or the Tigers in that one, mybookie.ag.
With so many sports books to choose from, you need a platform that makes it simple to bet, like mybookie.ag. A huge selection of odds, props, and contests for all your sports betting needs anytime, anywhere. Stream games and live bet while you watch so you can turn game day into payday with mybookie.ag. Sign up free today. Use promo code NEXTROUND and get a half deposit match, any amount up to $1,000. They give you a 50% deposit match up to $1,000. That's promo code NEXTROUND to claim that deposit bonus and give yourself the competitive edge. When you play with MyBookie.ag, you're not just betting, you're joining the winning team. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, Be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Our viewership and listenership continues to grow, and if you're watching in the state of Texas now and are Jimbo Fisher's fans or family members anywhere, you may not want to watch this segment. We're going to spend a segment talking about Jimbo Fisher and how everybody's taking their shots at him after another Texas A&M loss. But first part of the show is being brought to you by the great folks at Floribama down on the Gulf Coast. We'll be down there for the Army-Navy weekend coming up. Had friends that were down there this weekend and family members. Some other family members are there. So a few people rolling through the Floribama this weekend. It's a great time of year to head down to the coast.
Yeah, my kids actually were at Floribama for lunch on Saturday and bought a bunch of gear at their merch store. We had the opportunity to go with our good buddy Steve Powers and check out all their merch. It's just a great place. Look, it's the most famous beach bar in the country, the Floribama Lounge. Numerous annual events during the year. Regular guests plan their schedule around their beach concerts, fishing rodeos, chili cook-offs, marathons, and much more, including the Army-Navy game, which we will be broadcasting live for. Really looking forward to that. Great music, incredible food, not only at the Floribama, across the street, the Old River Grill, great place to watch all the games, the Yacht Club. Get in today. Go see our friends at the Floribama, whether it's on a weekend getaway or just in the middle of the week. I think they do Tuesday bingo. Get into Floribama and check it out.
Always a great time. Forrester's going to walk us through some of the tweets and stories that have come out. Let's go first with that #1 recruiting class tweet, Forrester, if you'll bring this up. Now, keep in mind, Jimbo Fisher, #1 recruiting class. Texas A&M becomes the first team with the #1 recruiting class the previous year not to go to a bowl game the next year. The first team ever to do that, to have a losing record.
Well, it's hard not to go to a bowl.
It really is. We've dumbed that down about as much as we can.
Yeah, when you've got that kind of talent, I mean, it's just inexcusable. And now they've lost 6 consecutive games for the first time since 1980 at A&M, for the first time ever in Jimbo Fisher's career. I can't even put a handle on it outside of the fact that play calling has just passed him by. He's so archaic. And even when you start Connor Wegman, the freshman, 13 consecutive incompletions is hard to do in college football. He did that in the second half.
13 straight passes that fell to the turf.
And they weren't drops. I mean, these were passes that were way off.
Yeah.
He was missing big, which is so strange.
At one point, it looks like he was throwing the ball, like pushing the ball down the field.
It was bad.
On that, Billy Lucci, who every program has a go-to guy that gives you the temperature of that program because he's so tied into the boosters that they feed him real information. Not that Billy's not a great investigative reporter on his own, but Texas A&M's money people trust Billy, and Billy's tied in with those people. This is what Billy Lucci says over the weekend. 0 answers. The A&M offense under Jimbo Fisher has officially bottomed out, which has to leave him no choice but to hand over the operation. This goes way beyond execution or youth at this point. Now, the backdrop of that is Jimbo continues to say
It's execution, not schemes. He said that again in the post game at Auburn. It's execution, not schemes, and that is a not real world view of this thing that can end up costing you your job at some point.
Well, look, HA not playing, that was obviously a big deal. It's amazing he is going to get a pass here. He's going to have to turn it over because boosters are talking about that $85 million, and they're trying to weigh whether or not it's going to be worth, because again, I'll keep my philosophy going. You're going to have to pay him one way or another. Do you want to continue to pay for 4 or 5 losses? Now, even this year, maybe 6, 7, 8 losses? Or do you want to go on and get rid of him and get the right guy in? But the only offensive coordinator I thought was worse in football, Bill Musgrave, just got fired from California.
The OC at California for
he was
scoring at
awful.
home.
He was awful. Do you have the Moose Muhammad tweet? Are you working towards that?
That is right here now.
Okay. Well,
Moose Muhammad, who is a star on Texas A&M. Go ahead and show this, and Brown will make his point. I want to clear the air. I was benched for wearing arm sleeves, something that my teammates and opponents wear frequently for protection. I apologize to my teammates and fans, and looking forward to getting back on the field.
So do you remember? I know you remember at Florida State when Jameis was suspended and he came out of the locker room in full uniform.
One of the best looks ever on Jimbo's face.
And Jimbo Fisher. I mean, and it made Jimbo look awful.
Yeah.
Like, do you even know what's going on in your program? This is not to that level, but this is similar. When your offense is a mess, you need every weapon on the field you can get, and you got a guy on the bench because he's wearing arm sleeves.
Well, I don't believe it though.
I don't either.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way. I made the mistake of starting him in DraftKings.
Moose Muhammad?
Yeah, and if he would have played, I probably would have won first over you.
But I mean, take the arm sleeves off and then get in the game.
Yeah.
If that's true, right? If you're Jimbo, you're like, what? You're not supposed to wear arm sleeves. Get them off and get in the game. Or if you're Jimbo, you've got more control of the locker room that a guy doesn't come out in arm sleeves. It's not supposed to be in arm sleeves. And I'm like you. It makes me not believe that. But why is Moose Muhammad not playing? If there is another reason, some of this is on Jimbo. You need all the guys you could get. Anaya Smith is already out. A-Chain was not playing.
Did the arm sleeves have a burning American flag on it?
I do not know, Jim.
I mean,
I don't know why a receiver can't wear arm
with
sleeves.
freedom. I mean, what it was on? Know. If it was normal arm sleeves, what's the big deal?
Hook 'em horns.
Yeah. If Moose Muhammad is not like totally involved with somebody on the A&M campus, look for him to transfer.
Okay, well, we'll get to the money side of this in just a second. But first, tell us about our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. A couple of more Jimbo points before we get to the top of the hour here.
Redmont in the daytime, I saw it this past weekend. A lot of people love it on Saturdays. Remember, it's locally owned and operated, which you should ask for it by name. It's available in 20 states now. Their aim at Redmont Vodka is clarity and taste, color, and smell. It is vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package store, including the Pink Package, the Beverage Place, also ABC stores. Again, ask for it by name. It's Redmont Vodka.
I'm going to make a point here before you put it up, Forrester, but we'll go the money tweet next and then the Photoshop to the top of the hour here. They've lost 8 of their last 9 SEC games. Straight up, not against the spread. They've lost 8 of their last 9 SEC games, Texas A&M.
Abundantly fortunate at the one they won.
So we're going to assume they beat UMass this week and they lose to LSU at the end. So if they beat UMass this week and lose to LSU, here's the financials. Texas A&M, assuming what I just told you, with all of that, will pay $6.3 million per win in 2022. And has paid almost $30,000 per point scored through 10 games this year.
Incredible.
They're paying $30,000 a point and $6.3 million a win this year.
It's still not as good as what I said out about Chase Daniel last night coming in the game. Yeah. The guy's played for 13 years, 5 career starts, 8 touchdowns. He's made over $5 million per touchdown.
But at least you're paying him to be a backup quarterback. You're paying this guy to win championships.
Yeah, that is a good tweet from you last night. Not involving Jimbo Fisher though.
But that's incredible.
That is an incredible number there that they're paying.
I'll never forget when we were back in the old radio days and we had Paul Feinbaum on our show on Mondays. When Jimbo got hired, he said he will win a national championship at A&M. I never believed it.
Yeah, I did. I thought he would. And it is not trending well. So that leaves us only one person that should take over this program at Texas A&M. This guy right here. He has all the Texas A&M answers.
I really don't. Well, I know my answer is you fire Jimbo. You go on and fall on the sword.
It's actually a really good Photoshop, by the way.
You absorb I am going to have to get readers one day, too.
He's holding the readers in all those papers.
All the papers are what kills me.
Listen, if Lane
If we had a live camera right here, we could show LT's papers over here.
I know, and Forster did take a nice shot at me. Is that why you put this together? Because I do print a lot. I kill a lot of trees every single day. I've done it for years.
One of our listeners, I don't know their name, sent that.
But if Lane Kiffin, and I know Auburn fans believe that there's a good chance that Lane will take that Auburn job, but if he's offered A&M, he's gone.
Who, Kiffin?
Yeah.
I think that is a place where he could probably get the autonomy he's looking for because I think Jimbo has it.
Well, and I think,
close to it. Yeah.
Like most of these coaches, including Jimbo, obviously the ego's huge because he won't relinquish the OC duties. But Lane's got that big ego too. And if you go to A&M and you win a championship there, again, they're going to erect a statue. So you can do something making more money, more resources than you've ever had before. And you can be actually, a hero on that campus.
That is from Mark, that Photoshop there. Mark, thank you for always contributing to the show. A lot more college football and John Samuel Shenker coming up in the next hour. The show being brought to you today in part by our friends at Gutter Cap. It is time to get those gutters capped as the temperatures dip into the 50s all week.
I called my good buddy Chris Stewart on the way in today. Just a great guy, 20-year service record here in Birmingham. Gutter Cap. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out, eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. And right now, 45% off of the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. Call my good friend Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The wait is finally over. The one-of-a-kind buffalo tenders are now back at Culver's. Stop by the location nearest you to give the incredible buffalo tenders a try, along with some great sides such as Wisconsin cheese curds, pretzel bites, and more. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's fourth Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 here, we'll talk to Auburn tight end John Samuel Shenker, who set a record in Saturday's game, by the way. I didn't know he was approaching that record.
Nor did I. I was unaware of that until Auburn tweeted it out. It's a heck of a record, a very impressive record.
Yeah, what is it, 60 games now?
60 games played in the Auburn uniform, most all-time any player in Auburn history.
Wow. How about that?
Yeah.
Good for him. We'll talk
That's
to him
an honor.
next segment. Let's do the headlines real quick and get back to the games on the field. We'll take the big picture of all the games we saw on Saturday after specifically jumping into Alabama, Auburn, the coaching surge, Texas A&M, and all that in the first hour. This headline update brought to you by our friends at Backyard Adventures. Time now to get that perfect gift to help your kids enjoy their childhood right in your own backyard. Just go to backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, and check out all the Backyard Adventure playgrounds they have, the alley-oop trampolines, and the goal setter basketball goals. Get them all if you want to. Make your place the place to be for your kids. They're only at that special age for so long, and just think how convenient it is for you to have those special memories just to go out your back door and enjoy time in the backyard. Quality 100% cedar, lifetime warranties. They set it up. They'll move it around. They've got maintenance programs to keep it looking great and landscaping as well. Check it all. They design them for you, too. 3D design computer. Not one is exactly right. It's not a cookie cutter. They'll design a playground specifically for you. Whether you're watching in Birmingham, Atlanta, or anywhere else, go to backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, and find a location near you. All right, Alabama wins to sort of set the ship straight, but they're out of the West race. LSU clinches the West over the weekend, and they're out of the college football playoff race unless they're out of it.
They're out of it.
Here's Nick Saban on just a challenge he put down to the team.
Well, all I've been talking about is how the players competed in the game, and I think that they have a lot of pride in what the standard of playing Alabama is. And they were challenged to play to that standard, to take it personal, to understand that they're responsible for the identity that they create by how they play on the field. It shouldn't be anybody else that makes that determination for them. And I think that's, they took it personally, and I think they showed it in the game tonight.
Yeah, that really was a challenging moment for Alabama. They've had very few games they've had to play like that. But as you watch that game, they still had sort of the same problems and obstacles to overcome that they had at Tennessee and LSU too.
Only 5 penalties. So on the road, Alabama only getting 5 penalties. And by the way, a poorly officiated game on both sides. I think some Ole Miss fans are maybe pointing the fingers at officials. You can't. It was bad on both sides.
How they didn't call that Dallas Turner pushing head to ground.
Yeah.
And
I don't know if they didn't see it. I don't know.
And that guy,
But that wasn't even the most.
The face mask, which was an obvious call, was blatant, and you
could have snapped his neck.
Yeah, but you can explain that away that you're coming by, you're swiping, and he ducks, and maybe you get the face mask. But to make a sack and to push a guy as you're getting up, and then give another push to the head there, that's just a bad look. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that if it gets flagged, if they see it and it gets flagged, that's another one of those stupid penalties. You go back to the Texas game when It was Will Anderson that dumped somebody way after a whistle. You just think, what are these guys thinking right now?
Toa against, was it Tennessee?
Yeah, I mean, all these star linebackers have had those moments.
But that aside, the 5 penalties is an improvement, but your offense was stagnant in the first half. Really, in the first quarter, you had the massive blunder that led to points at the end of the first quarter. I still don't know how you do that. But you overcame all of that and won a game on the road, which is something this team hasn't been particularly good at doing.
Yeah, the offense wasn't great, only 317 yards, but red zone trips, they were 4 for 4. So once they got inside the red zone, at least they did execute.
Meanwhile, down at Auburn, a big win over Texas A&M to break the losing streak and get one more SEC win at home this week against Western Kentucky, where Auburn opened as a 6.5. It's up to a 7-point favorite right now. Here's Carnell Williams getting his first win as the interim head coach of the Auburn Tigers.
And what we lacking in talent that people say, and bodies and people that done moved on, and the naysayers, we can't do this, we don't have the big time guys. We can make that up with our effort, our attitude, our mindset, our effort. Like, those are the things that in our control. One thing I do know about a team, if we can pull in the same direction, we can believe in each other, continue to fight, continue to serve, continue to be disciplined, continue to believe, like, sky's the limit.
That's Carnell Williams after that win over the weekend. Those are your headlines. Big win for UAB as well down at Protective Stadium. A 20-point win over a really good North Texas team where UAB had 2 guys rush for over 100 yards, and they send that senior class out with a big win down at Protective Stadium. Good for the Blazers there. So let's just open it up now. You guys, college football, one game you liked this weekend that sort of wowed you or made an impression on you or impacted a playoff race for you? What was it for you, LT?
Well, it was UCLA going down because, again, I'm not surprised that Oregon went down. I thought Oregon would win the game, but still, that was a game.
Very entertaining.
Yeah, going into it was really entertaining game. Michael Penix Jr. was on. He was really good. Went for over 400 again.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit because Dan Lanning is. I like the guy, right? I think he's going to be an SEC coach someday, sooner rather than later. Some people would say maybe he has a chance this year. I don't know. I do know this. I like him as a recruiter and everything, but what was he doing with 1:26 left? You got your backup quarterback in there. Bo looks like he's ready to come in. You're at your own 34-yard line in a tie game, and you go for it there. You get a slippage, and you lose yardage. And now Washington is set up for what ends up being a game-winning field goal. What are you doing there? What are you doing?
No idea. The only thing I would say is this Oregon offense has been potent. And, they still had a really good game offensively. It didn't necessarily equate to a lot of points. They were going, 51 points plus the last 5 or 6 weeks. But the offense has been so good, you figure you can pick up a yard. I didn't like it just based on the fact if you don't get it, you lose the game.
Yeah,
and they did.
Which they did, and they still almost got back in a at least bomb field goal range, and the guy was ruled out of bounds.
Bang, bang, man.
They still had right at 600 yards of offense.
Yeah, but his toe, maybe his big toe was on the white, but the official called it on the field, so you weren't going to be able to overturn it.
Yeah, and we don't get down the line cameras as much as we used to in some of the games.
That was tough to see.
But Oregon, for all purposes, out of the college football playoffs, and they will look back on this and wonder what if. They fumbled on the Washington 1-yard line. They missed a field goal earlier. They had a 20-play drive and only got a field goal out of it. How hard is it to run 20 plays in a drive and still kick a field goal? They did that. They botched that 4th down. They had the illegal touching there at the end. And as LT said, over 600 yards of offense and 312 yards rushing. and they lose the football game after a great effort from Michael Penix Jr.
That was a tough one for Dan Lanning, a guy very much like, as you guys know, that's a tough loss for him, especially considering the fact that his name is being mentioned for a lot of jobs, and you go for that fourth down, and there are a lot of boosters and fan bases that are like, oh no, I don't know if I want that decision making in our biggest game of the year.
Well, the one that shook the Pac-12 to the core though was UCLA, because you're a 20-point favorite at home, and this is a look ahead for UCLA. They've got to be guilty of looking ahead to USC, because they thought they could go out with this offense and just name their score, because Arizona's defense has been that bad. They had given up 45 plus in 5 of their 6 Pac-12 games.
But DTR didn't play great.
Didn't play great. No, didn't play great.
Can't blame it on Charbonnet because he rushed for 181 yards.
Yeah, Charbonnet was great. Didn't even know if he was going to play up until game time. And UCLA only coming out with 28 points. They still went 220 on the ground. It's just, to me, that's shocking. You're a 3-touchdown favorite. All you've got to do is win out, and you're probably in the college football playoff. Now they're completely done. And more than likely, I've got this feeling, by the way, if Dan Lanning's going to take an SEC job, he needs to do it this week because he's about to get loss number 3 next week against Utah. But I've got a feeling UCLA beats USC and the Pac-12 is completely done.
My game, Dunaway, that I watched a lot of, it wasn't necessarily a great game. It was a bit of a surprising outcome for me, was TCU 17, Texas 10. And really, that was TCU 17, Texas 3. TCU gifted them a touchdown in the last 4 minutes on some sort of weird fumble, scoop and score. Yeah. Guys, here's what TCU has left now. We've written them out of these playoffs so many times. Here's what they got left. At Baylor Saturday. Baylor is 6-4.
Yep. This is going to be my Arkansas Ole Miss, though.
Okay, so Lance, again, is going against TCU. Yeah. I'm here again.
-2.5 at Baylor.
Okay.
TCU is the favorite this week. They were a touchdown underdog in this one, by the way.
That's right, at Texas. And one pretty much going away, even though the score doesn't indicate that.
So Sark, again, I'll stand by, is not going to get it done.
Sark's not a great coach. Iowa State next. Iowa State, guys, is dead last in the conference, 4-6, 1-6 in Big 12 play. They get that at home. I don't see them losing to Iowa State.
I don't either.
And then a Big 12 championship game against?
Right now it's Kansas State.
Yep.
Who's banged up.
But Kansas State beating Baylor the way they did and Texas losing gives them a game up on both. So I think we'll ultimately see the rematch of TCU and Kansas State.
And that first game was really, really entertaining. In that TCU-Texas game, though, TCU just had 283 yards of total offense, and 2 of those were long touchdown plays.
Yeah.
So they had very little offense in that game.
Yeah. We keep writing TCU out, but, there is a really good path for them to finish this thing undefeated.
Yeah.
A really good
I
path.
was shocked that Bijan didn't have a bigger game.
Yeah.
He was awful.
He was. Very controlled by the TCU defense. More from that game in just a second, Forrester. But first, let me tell you, the folks at the University of Montevallo want to remind you that if you're looking for a place for your son or daughter to call home during college, Montevallo could be the perfect place for them. A wonderful campus setting, also a perfect place to continue your athletic career. They've got 21 fully funded, fully scholarship NCAA Division II sports at the University of Montevallo. Great class sizes to help your kids in academics. They have the Greek life, fraternities, sororities down there. Beautiful campus and new buildings going up all the time, like a multi-million-dollar theater department, business school, and a lot more. See everything Montevallo has to offer, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Schedule an in-person tour as well at montevallo.edu. Sark, pregame, walking in, wearing this outfit.
You've lost at that point already. I don't know what you're doing.
I don't either.
What is that?
Again, we had an internal text thread going on, and I said, look, you can maybe get away with that with the national championship, but I think you clapped back and said, or I said maybe 2, and you said no. I still don't think you can.
You still can't get away with that. You also said it looked like he was walking. What's the awards they have every year in Vegas?
The AVNs.
The porn star.
We need to go to that, by the way.
I've actually been out there when that was going on.
If Brown hooks up a few wires, we can be there.
So to speak.
But this is what it reminded everyone on social media of. Let's go back to 1970s Taco Bell uniforms.
Right.
If you're old enough to remember.
No, that's Whataburger.
Is that Whataburger? That is Whataburger.
Yeah.
Whataburger there in the 1970s. Taco Bell looked a lot like that as well.
Yeah, it was spot on.
Or if you're a kid that loved Steve Garvey after you left the Dodgers and went to the Padres, looks a lot like that as well too. Look at the sleeves.
Semi-skinny Tony Gwynn there.
Semi-skinny Tony Gwynn on that team as well.
I was a little dying.
Is that Craig Nettles over the right shoulder of Steve Garvey there, former Yankee third baseman?
Maybe.
Yeah, interesting wardrobe from Sark.
I mean,
going
my
into the game.
gosh. I mean, you boldly walk in that stadium and your offense puts up 3 points.
Yeah.
Against TCU.
No, yeah.
When you guys sent that out, who sent the original photo?
I did.
Oh, yeah. When I saw that, I had Texas -7. I loved him at that point. I'm like, for him to have the confidence to walk in with that, he knows something, and this offense is going to explode.
3 points against Texas Christian's defense, which you would describe how, Lance? TCU's defense this year?
C-.
Yeah, I mean, it's a middle-tier defense, right? And you put up 3 at home, and you're an offensive genius. I'm with you. TCU's the big story coming out of this game. The secondary story coming out of this game is what you and I have said all along. What Dunaway was betting against with us is that Sark ain't going to get it done.
Yeah, look, there can be great play callers and average head coaches and the same person, and I think that's what Sark is. I mean, they went for 199 yards. Let's say that you just reverse those roles, and Gary Patterson's the head coach of Texas. Sark is just his one responsibility is calling plays. That game's entirely different. I just don't think he can delegate.
So if Patterson's head coach, Sark's offensive coordinator, they win going away, you think?
I think so.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Yeah.
Then there is history for Vanderbilt over the weekend. Vandy gets a win in Lexington against Kentucky. Another guy who's loosely been tied to, hey, if I had a job opening, maybe I'd want Mark Stoops to come build my program. Vandy ends a 26-game SEC losing streak. They ran the football 264 yards against that Kentucky defense. And Will Levis, first-round draft pick, some say Will Levis, threw for 109 yards. Rockstar, give me cut number 10. Here's Will Levis after the game talking to WDKY Fox 56 up there in Lexington after Will Levis threw for 109 yards in a loss to Vandy at home, Vandy's first SEC win in 26 games. Here's Will.
If you have the mentality that and the attention to detail that we had today, you're not going to win against anybody. And if we would have known that we would have acted like this before the season, then no one would have thought that we were going to be a good team, because we weren't today. And you can't be a good team when you have that mindset. Hopefully we come out, with our piss hot next week and having some motivation because we're playing against a good team. It's a shame we can't do that when we're playing another team like Vanderbilt.
Did he say come out with our piss hot?
Yeah, I don't think you want to piss hot. I think that ends up being bad.
I've never heard that phrase. Have you ever heard that phrase?
We're playing a team Vanderbilt.
Yeah, I mean, completely destroyed Vanderbilt. First of all, who just beat you, so I don't think you take any shots at him.
I think what you do, ironically, he's a banana eater and he keeps the pill on. You say you slipped on a banana pill and you shut it down for the year because people are still projecting him.
I don't know how.
A first-round selection. And the more and more film you get on this guy, there is zero chance he's going to be a franchise quarterback in the NFL. That was an awful performance. Give Clark Lee a lot of credit. That defense got after him. 4 sacks, 6 tackles for loss. They were giving up 37 points per game in SEC play before that, and Kentucky could do nothing offensively.
Their next two are Georgia. Their next two are Georgia and Louisville.
That's the one they want to come out piss hot.
You better be pissing hot. And let me tell you what, Louisville's an improved football team. Now, Malik Cunningham got hurt Saturday, so I don't know what his future is here. You lose both those and go 6-6. And a rarity, that's a big disappointment for Kentucky. They expected more than 6-6 this year with that guy playing with a hot piss playing quarterback right there.
They did. There was a little talk at SEC Media Days. If somebody's going to unseat Georgia in the East, it's probably going to be Kentucky if Will Levis is as good as these scouts think he is. And, there was a time when 6-4 through 10 games would have been a success at Kentucky. But, yeah, it feels like a C-, D+ kind of year.
Especially with number 1 Georgia coming to town this weekend. That is your 2:30 CBS game in Lexington, Dogs and Cats up there in the Bluegrass State. All right, when we come back, we talk John Samuel Shenker, Auburn's tight end and the player who's played more games in an Auburn uniform than anybody in history. We'll talk to him coming up in the next segment. The show being brought to you by our friends at the Pants Store. If you want to dress perfectly for these final home games at your favorite stadium or get that perfect gift this holiday season for the fan in your life, make it our friends at the Pants Store. The only place to get the best gear for game day. Great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and in Auburn. You can go online to thepantstore.com, pantstore.com, and check that out. Or follow them on social media, The Pants Store at all locations. For your game day hats, your Yetis accessories, and so much more, including polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And great fashion for the female fan in your life as well. It's the Pants Store, 7 great locations, and online at pantstore.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Fall is here and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. from Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Everybody seems to be banged up this time of year in football, but if you need to get back in the game in your life this time of year, our friends at Precision Sports can get you back in there, LT.
Yes, Dunaway. Our friends at Precision Sports Medicine. I had an opportunity to talk to some of those guys over this past weekend, and 'tis the season at Precision to make plans in 2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics encourages you to start out 2023 with less pain and schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you've been putting off. Make an appointment. Start saving today. They are the best. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers.
All right, John Samuel Shenker joins us at this time every single Monday on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Is the next round. This presented by Bud Light. Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch remind you, decide to ride. Before you ever take that first drink, have a plan in place. That's how you decide to ride with Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch. John Samuel Shenker with us now. What's up, man? How are you today?
Doing good. How are you guys doing?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. Auburn fans were just so excited about Saturday night. It came across on TV as an incredible electric atmosphere. As a player on the field, how did that rank in some of the atmospheres you've played in as an Auburn player?
It was really special. Even for the scenario that we were in, as the season went on, we didn't expect anything like that to happen throughout the rest of the year with our fan base, just how the season, the trajectory, everything. And after that Mississippi State game, I think a lot of fans really loved what they saw. They loved Coach Cadillac and what he means to Auburn, and they wanted to show support. It felt like an Iron Bowl, that atmosphere did. Just the amount of people from Tiger Walk, just through the game as well. Just super special to be a part of.
Yeah, I mean, just the entire weekend, we had different people that we know that were down there, and they said from Friday night through Sunday, there was just electricity in that air. You've been a part of, 60 games. We talked about it earlier. Where does this rank as far as just energy? Not necessarily, big games, but just pure energy.
Oh, it's got to be at the top for me. Just you saw it throughout the week, even on campus, and then into the weekend. As you got off that bus for Tiger Walk, you could just feel it different. It felt more like Auburn had in the past when we were successful. That's the energy that it felt like, and you could feel that for the entire night from the very beginning to the very end. It was just a really special moment.
And for you personally, did you think that maybe you wouldn't have that one last game like that again at Jordan-Hare Stadium? I mean, Western Kentucky is Western Kentucky. For a guy who's played 60 games in an Auburn uniform, it had to be sort of a cherry on top for you personally.
Yeah, I really didn't think that would happen again. So right as we were kicking off, I just took a second and took it all in and realized, this probably won't happen again. And I really didn't think it would, 3 or 4 weeks ago. So really tried to soak it in and enjoy it. Just a special moment, I know, for me and some of the older guys to see the place rocking like it was one last time.
John Samuel Shenker is with us, the Auburn tight end, on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is the next round presented by Bud Light. They remind you to decide to ride. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light say you have a plan in place before you ever take the first drink. That's how you decide to ride with Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch. I should have started by congratulating you on the Auburn record of 60 games. Were you even aware you were chasing down this record? It kind of snuck up on us. I wasn't aware of it until Saturday.
Yeah, I had no idea. I didn't even know. Nobody told me after the game or anything. I walk out and somebody told me congratulations. I was just thinking it was on the win, and he's like, no, you broke a record. And I was like, I didn't catch any balls. I didn't do anything. And they said that you had played more games than anybody in Auburn history. So that was, to me, that's really special. Just think about how many guys have played here to be able to play it more than anybody and have that experience more than anybody, I really think that's pretty cool to be a part of.
Do you know who Cal Ripken is? I mean, you're sort of the Cal Ripken of Auburn football now. You just show up and go to work every day.
That's right. I do know that. I do know who that is. But yeah, it is awesome to think back in 60 games. That seems like a lot, but it goes by really fast. So just thankful to be a part of that.
I feel really dumb. Last week I asked you if you had another year of eligibility because COVID throws everything off. But I didn't know because I really don't know who's got that extra year and who doesn't. But if I would have heard that you were playing in your 60th game, I probably could have figured that out.
Yeah, it's that takes a while to do. So not quite.
Internally, the talk is outside of the program and outside of the nice win Saturday night, who that next head coach is going to be. And, how close do you guys pay attention to that? I'm sure right now, in that locker room, you guys want Carnell to be the guy. But, the bigger picture outside, people are talking Lane Kiffin and Hugh Freeze and different big names. Are you following it right now?
We really haven't. I think we're just kind of caught up in what Coach Williams and everybody's doing within the program. We're just having a lot of fun with it. So it really hasn't caught our attention too much. We'll see it and we'll talk about it a little bit, but we're really just having fun with Coach Williams and his staff and trying to finish this season the right way with energy and just enjoying the game. So we haven't really had the opportunity to really think about who it would be. But I'd be willing to bet that Coach Williams at least gets a chance interview for that job.
From what you can gather with your teammates, there is a different edge to this team. There's a different of excitement level with this team, and the crowd was reflective of that. Do you think part of that is that a lot of your teammates are playing for Carnell Williams to get the job? They're trying to put their best foot forward to help him because of the respect they have for him or the like they have for him?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. And, a lot of guys on the team have a lot of respect for Coach Williams and what he's doing. I mean, the position he's in is pretty tough just to be thrown into that position, but he's handled it so well, and he loves Auburn. And I think you can't do anything but respect that when you hear him talk and speak on his life and what this place means to him. So I would agree that a lot of guys are fighting for him and playing hard for him just because they love him and understand and relate to him and his story of how he's played here and his story to get here.
Yeah, but on the field itself, do you guys have some new plays? Are these new plays, or have they always been in the playbook and you're just making more of an emphasis on running the football and some of the misdirections, some motions and such like that? Have they put in new plays for you guys?
Somewhat, not a ton. We have put in some new things. You want to break tendencies this time of year. Just to keep the defense on their toes. So we have done some new things, but not to an extent that it's difficult for the guys. Just some new little wrinkles in there ever so often just to keep the defense off balance.
John Samuel Shenker, the Auburn tight end. Western Kentucky is a pretty good football team. And I know, we focus on their offense. You look at their defense. What have you seen in your early film study of the Hilltoppers?
Yeah, no, they're a really good football team. Obviously on offense, they put up a lot of points. So this will be a tough game for us. There's no way we can slack off or anything for this game. They play really hard. They love playing football. So this will definitely be another test. We have to come ready to play on Saturday.
Yeah, and you fed so much off crowd emotion Saturday and the atmosphere, and how could you not? And there's a chance it's not going to match that atmosphere. So as players, knowing that, how do you prepare for, okay, guys, we're not going to be able to feed off the crowd the way we did Saturday night?
Yeah, you got to bring your own energy. You got to bring everything with you, and you don't need to bank it on the crowd being there every time. And because at the end of the day, we still have to play football. So it's going out and executing our jobs to the best of our ability to get one last win at home before we head on the road.
All right, he is Auburn's Iron Man. Can we call him that? The Cal Ripken?
We
Auburn's
can.
Iron Man, yeah.
I love that label for you, and I'm glad you know Cal Ripken Jr. I think it'd be cool if you guys would spend some of your NIL money. 85 of you walk out in Coach Williams's suit that he wore last week. That was spot on. The window pane orange and blue, man. I'd love to see you in that.
Yeah, that was a pretty awesome fit there. He was excited about that one. He was talking about that one on Thursday, so he was really excited about it.
John Samuel Shenker, thank you so much for the time as always. Good luck against Western Kentucky. We'll see you next Monday.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
All right, buddy. Thank you. John Samuel Shenker with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Joins us each week courtesy of Bud Light. Listen, Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch remind you to decide to ride. A lot of holiday season parties coming up. Have that plan in place before you ever take your first drink. That's how you decide to ride with Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch.
Yeah, absolutely. Part of the show as well brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Rockstar, if you can go ahead and get cut number 7 ready to go, and I'll tell you about Storm Restoration Roofing in the process here. You'll want to hear this soundbite, and you'll want to use Greg Nelson for any roof repairs. He's the guy, he's the owner at Storm Restoration Roofing. We just call him Greg from Pell City, and that's the way you can look him up on Facebook as well. He's the most respected roofing contractor that I know, and absolutely A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Has all the warranties that you need, insurance company connections. They trust him. And he'll give you a free, no-cost roof inspection, absolutely free, no-cost roof inspection to find out if your roof needs any repairs, any leaks fixed, anything like that. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531 with that free no-cost roof inspection right there. Or you can look him up on Facebook. Greg from Pell City, locally owned for over 20 years. He and his wife run the company. They're local. They'll stay local. And if you ever have storm damage, remember the name, Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, 205-542-3531. Now, I had to ask him about Cal Ripken. If he even knew who that was, because of this soundbite right here. Harold Perkins, who I gave you the stats, 8 tackles, 6 of those solo, 4 sacks, just an amazing day of doing 2 forced fumbles, 1 pass breakup, 1 quarterback hurry. He did all of that, and apparently he was sick in the pregame. And I bring up the Cal Ripken question because of what Brian Kelly told us about Harold Perkins. Listen.
About 8 tackles, 4 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, all over the field, impacted the game, obviously, to the level where, we win the game because of his final play, too. I don't think there's enough superlatives to talk about this young man as a true freshman coming into his own. You can imagine he was awarded the game ball, but, yeah. He's he got sick before the game. I threw up as we were going into our team meeting, and I said, "Hey, MJ threw up when he had his greatest game," and he said, "Who's MJ?" I was like, "Man, I am getting so old," but yeah, he's pretty special.
Who's MJ?
Who's MJ?
Michael Jackson, receiver for the Cleveland Browns.
Michael Jackson, receiver for USC right now.
I mean, we are to the point where the kids don't know who MJ is.
Yeah.
Boy, they're going to know who Harold Perkins is, though.
Oh, he's a stud, isn't he?
He really is. And just to imagine, it kind of reminds you, somebody was asking, is he having a better freshman year than Will Anderson? And I said, yeah, he is.
He is. Now, look, it changed for Will Anderson after that because teams had to scheme for Will Anderson. And I know it seems obvious you would be scheming for Harold Perkins right now, but
Kendall Browse didn't.
He did not. I mean, they were trying to single block this guy, and that is impossible.
But can you pull up Will Anderson's stats for the year so far? Because
for this year?
For this year, right now, just this year.
He had another sack Saturday. I mean, his stats are good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. We judge Will Anderson because we think every game should look like what Harold Perkins looked like on Saturday. That he should be so disruptive every game that you can't get any plays off, and that's what we measured Will Anderson by going to the year. We thought every game Will played this year would look like Harold Perkins on Saturday.
He missed a couple of tackles on Saturday, though. I mean, Will he's been really, really good, and he's still going to be a top 10 selection in May's draft, but he's not playing as well as he did last year.
Sacks, Will Anderson has got 8, which is tied for the conference. Actually, it's a half behind Drew Sanders.
That's right. Drew Sanders, former Alabama guy, leads the league in sacks, 8.5. Will's got 8.
Harold Perkins has 7.5.
7.5.
He's a half a sack behind him, yeah.
How many tackles for Will Anderson?
You'll have to give me 2 seconds. These are all going to be in different to compare them, I got to go to
agree with
screens.
what Paul's saying over the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Perkins looks faster than Anderson. Perkins was running down Hornsby.
That's right, who is a world-class speed. But the question becomes, and you have to look at tape on this, how many blocks is Anderson? Is he fighting through two and a chip to get there, and is Perkins not getting that respect yet?
I got to find Will Anderson's. Perkins is ahead of him in tackles. I can't find what Anderson is. Perkins got 53.
I have him at 52, but okay, 53.
Well, he got one. He got one just now, Jim.
Yeah, he's still tackling.
Yeah, he's
still tackling Arkansas players.
53. That's 29th in the conference, and I think that is ahead of where Will Anderson is. Tackles for a loss will be another thing to look at because Anderson had done well there, and he and Perkins are going to be near the top. I would imagine Anderson leads the league in tackles for a loss with 14, and Perkins has 8.
Yeah, landmine believer. Will Anderson had 10 sacks as a freshman in 13 games. Against all Power 5.
Yeah.
So a little behind that is where Perkins is right now. But that's the kind of breadth we're talking about. This kid from LSU who really the last 2 games have been his biggest games. He was disruptive in Alabama that set the table, knocks Alabama out, sets the table for LSU to go to Atlanta, and then to punch the ticket, he had that game Saturday in Fayetteville.
Just to give it some perspective, Lance's guy, Tupuola USC leads the nation, in sacks with 11.5. So that's kind of where Anderson and Perkins fall there.
Yeah.
That guy's a player, man.
Yeah. Unbelievable, and a bright future ahead for him at LSU. Still, when we do National Signing Day and commitments, it doesn't always seem exciting, but there's one that if you go back on the day he committed to LSU, what a big get for Brian Kelly and the SEC Western Division champs now in the LSU Tigers. All right, when we come back, more college football. Joel Klatt at the top of the hour. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends right there at Greystone Chiropractic, getting you in line for another great work week.
Who's my man, Dr. Lee Cheerfar Dunaway?
I believe it's the Miami Dolphins.
It's the Miami Football Dolphins, your AFC East leaders. The number 2 seed if the playoffs started right now. So you'll catch Dr. Lee in a fantastic mood after the Dolphins win over the Browns yesterday. You can also feel good when you leave Element Wellness. That's right there under the same roof as Greystone Chiropractic in the Greystone area, 119-280 in Tattersall Park. They've got great things like IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, where a full spectrum of infrared saunas use infrared light, not steam, to help with cellular health, wound healing, skin rejuvenation, pain relief, and much more. Red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting, all at Element Wellness Center. ElementWellness.me. That is ElementWellness.me to find out more. Make an appointment, feel, look, and heal better today with Element Wellness.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Should get a new AP basketball poll out later today, I believe, right?
I think Alabama's peaked.
Yeah, they played really well Friday night. Part of our show being brought to you by Cowan Equipment. 2 poll questions out right now. Cowan Equipment brings you our poll questions at Next Round Live. We'll talk about those 2 so far voting going on right now after LT tells us about Cowan.
Yeah, our friends at Cowan Equipment, they are proud to partner with the Next Round on our venture here. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, cowan.com.
Greatest catch in NFL history. 43% of you said the David Tyree helmet catch. 28% of you said the Odell Beckham one-hand catch. 21% of you said the Justin Jefferson catch Sunday. And 8% with another.
You know what is so funny is I saw the 3 best catches of the year this weekend. Notre Dame had one on Saturday.
Yeah.
Then the guy on the guy's back.
Yeah, that was pretty incredible.
Was
and then to be able to rip it away. And then Stephon Diggs to continue a drive for Buffalo. His one-handed grab, I mean, completely, fully extended. Highest point he can get that ball, brings it down one-handed, and it gets overshadowed because of what was going on that 4th and 18 with Jefferson.
The Odell Beckham one back in the day, I just feel like without the gloves, that catch doesn't get made. The gloves that they play with now. But Jefferson controls it and then pulls it down to him while falling to the ground. I almost put that one ahead of Odell Beckham. But Tyree stage and all of that.
It's a Super Bowl. I mean, Sunday, now listen, that was a big game eventually seeding-wise for both Buffalo and Minnesota. So, it is a big game. I know Rockstar joked it was the greatest game of all time. It was a very good regular season game.
That's what Scott Hansen said. He said, all I can say is football.
Right?
Football.
If we thought, and I know he's banged up, if we thought Josh Allen was going to win the MVP, he's not based on that game yesterday. And I told you guys in a break, if quarterbacks were still making $100,000 a year, I would be totally convinced he was on the take yesterday.
You know who was getting MVP chance Sunday, don't you? Yeah. Jim, you know who it was?
I do. It was Tua. Yeah.
Who do you think gets the Auburn head coaching job? Hugh Freeze, 30%. Lane Kiffin, 27%. Carnell Williams, 16%. Other, 27%. I guess other would include Dan Lanning.
Other would include anybody.
Anybody, yeah. Dan
Seesaw
Lanning.
Cadillac gets a job.
I'd say it's very, very low.
I would say, I mean, not that, Auburn fans don't love him. They showed that on Saturday. I would say it would be less than 10%.
Yeah, I was going to go 5%.
But John Samuel Shenker said a few seconds ago that he thinks he'll at least get an interview. And the players love him.
Well, first of all, you never listen to the players. That's rule number one when hiring a head coach.
Or the fans.
Never listen to the players. Never listen to the fans unless they're the ones that are donating the millions and billions of dollars. So those are two things. If you're John Cohen or an Auburn power broker, I appreciate what my players are doing, but I do not listen to them. They are way too emotional in this, and you can't listen to them. So you don't listen to the players, but I'm sure if you did a player vote, Carnell would have this job right now. They obviously love and respect the guy.
I wonder if John Cohen was surprised when he walked around campus on Saturday and went to that game, walking into an interim coach situation 3-6. He's new on the job. It's his first game at Auburn as the athletic director, and he's walking around with that atmosphere. He has to think he fell into heaven.
I know. I mean, what's going on here? This is a battle for bottom in the West, and this feels like a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They better be careful Saturday. I have been saying this for 2 months now. This is not a game you just automatically put in the win column. And when the line came out, it was reflective of that.
Well, and they've won 4 or 5, they being Western Kentucky.
Yeah, good offense.
Hey, part of the show today is being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. If you're looking to get in shape, this is the best way to start by losing some weight, getting your blood pressure and cholesterol in check. More on Way to Wellness. Rockstar, if you can go ahead and start rolling up Cut 5, Kirby Smart. You'll hear from Kirby Smart in a second. But Way to Wellness will help you hear your body talking to you. You need to lose a little weight, right? Get that blood pressure and cholesterol back in check. They've got a plan specifically designed for you. No cookie cutter plan. Go see Leslie and those board certified members right there, her technicians that are online. They can help you with a plan that will help you get your life back. They helped me lose 45 pounds a couple of years ago and got my blood pressure and cholesterol back inside good numbers that literally saved my life. How do you find out more or to schedule a free consultation? You go to this website, aplanforme.com. Just type that in, aplanforme.com. It'll take you to the Way to Wellness website, and right there you'll be able to check a box and go get a free consultation. Absolutely free. Also, there's no contracts and there's no sign-up fees, so you can quit anytime if you don't like the process. It is Way to Wellness, a journey to healthy living. Kirby Smart, no problem in Starkville against Mississippi State. Georgia now heading to play Kentucky, then Georgia Tech, then the SEC championship game, and then they're in the college football playoffs. Here's Kirby talking about that SEC championship game matchup with LSU.
It's set now. You're going to get LSU in Atlanta. Does that get any part of your attention, knowing what that will mean?
You know what the answer to that question is. We got to focus on Kentucky. I mean, why would anybody think that we're going to talk or even think about them? We have 2 games to play, right? Like, that's the furthest thing from my thought process. All I'm thinking about is how fast I can get on that plane to get rest so I can get ready for Kentucky tomorrow, because they were done at 12. They played at 12 today. You know, they played at home at 12.
Yeah.
They got the head start.
They got the head start on me.
Kirby, they lost at 12 to Vandy. I think you got to sweat this one.
Did know when you asked the question the answer you were going to get.
Of course, and I appreciate him asking that question because that was a great Kirby. They played at 12.
Did y'all see
At
Leach?
home.
No.
Did y'all see Leach at halftime of that one?
Yeah. And I know I've been a big Leach guy. Act's getting tired, though. That was a fun act when I got a little dose of it in Lubbock and Pullman, and look at Coach Leach. It's a tired act now. Just win some games, all right? Quit the bitching and win some games.
Yeah. It's a great point you bring up there, Brownie.
Yeah, but Jim's been saying that from day one.
No, that's not what I'm saying here. I'm saying give me the best win under Mike Leach.
At State?
Yeah, I wasn't being snarky.
I'm messing with you.
Give me the best win, a signature win, if you will. A signature win that he has, because this year, LSU, Alabama, Georgia, where most people thought he had the team and a third-year quarterback that maybe he'd win one of those games.
Yep.
He lost by a combined 106-41.
Okay, season 1, they were 4-7. His signature win, I know exactly what it is. It's the
LSU
first game ever he coached.
Okay, after that?
Well, his wins that year were Vanderbilt, Missouri, and Tulsa in the bowl game. So none of those.
All right. What's next?
2021, he beat Louisiana Tech, NC State, at A&M. That was a good win. That was number 15 Texas A&M.
Yep.
At Vandy, beat number 12 Kentucky, at number 17 Auburn, and Tennessee State. I mean, that's 1, 2, 3 ranked wins that one season.
Well, what about this year now?
This year, I don't know that you're going to find it.
Give me Lane Kiffin's big wins.
Here we go. This year, number 17, Texas A&M. He's basically on Jimbo as far as that's it.
I don't know if we can keep putting in a quality win anymore.
Yeah, not this year, no.
Yeah.
No, I mean, your point is a good one. I think he peaked. I was just joking about you saying Alabama peaked against Liberty. He peaked against Mississippi or against LSU.
Okay, give me Lane Kiffin's signature win here at Ole Miss.
We did that the other day, Lance. It's probably Kentucky.
Who's out of the top 25 now.
Yeah. I mean, he went 10-2. He lost to Alabama and Auburn in 2021. I mean, that's
10-3.
10-3, okay. He lost the bowl game. But 10-2 in the regular season, lost to Alabama and Auburn. I mean, those were his 2 biggest games that he lost them both.
He's won 2 Egg Bowls, so straight up against Mike Leach, right? Big game over in that state.
Well, I mean, that resonates with their fans. Like, if you're trying to look at this on a national scale, that's not going to resonate much. But those, number 11, Texas A&M was probably his biggest win. How was Jimbo kidding? Everybody's biggest win is Jimbo.
And again, they lost 4 or 5 games last year.
All right, top of the hour, Joel Klatt's about to join us. The part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Ghost Energy Drinks. If you're looking for a pick-me-up on this Monday, do it with our friends at Ghost Energy Drinks. Those colorful cans, great flavors, wonderful, wonderful flavors, and a great boost. Look for that logo Ghost wherever you're buying your energy drink. And also, in part by our friends right there at Alabama Power, keeping you connected right now easier than ever.
Absolutely, Jim Dunaway, and it's easier than ever to pay your bill. Timely communication more important than ever, and Alabama Power wants you to know you got a lot of options when it comes to reaching them, extending beyond phone or mail. There are a lot of options to receive account information, paperless billing, where you can receive your bill via email each month. For more information, visit alabamapower.com/myaccount.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschecken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Lease 10,000 miles per year. WAC MSRP $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. you'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Joel Klatt in a moment will do the AP basketball poll that is out with an Auburn and Alabama flavor in it. It's brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. They bring you this hour. I was down by Champy's Chicken after I left Lunsford in the Vestavia-Thompson game this weekend. They told us a lot of Vestavia people on their way to Alabaster stopped in at Champy's Chicken. Hope you guys enjoyed your visit there. Wonderful fried chicken. I picked up all my food for the Saturday games, including those wonderful Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. If you're looking for great food anytime for lunch or dinner, champyschecken.com, champyschecken.com. Right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Stop by and see Sterling and the crew. They'll help you with your tailgate and all your office parties, whether it's the holidays or any time of year. Champyschecken.com. Brown, the AP poll.
I wish I had the entire poll, Jim, but Mike Rodak of AL.com only tweeted the top 10. He did tell me Alabama moved up to 18. Neither are in the top 10. I'll try to find the entire poll. I don't know why it's so hard to find the AP poll every Monday. You would think it would be like the AP never sends it out. It's the weirdest thing.
It's the weirdest thing. So that's the AP poll's out. We'll give you the full poll coming up here momentarily. We do have some TV times that should be coming out today. We should get when the Iron Bowl will be played. I was getting that question a lot over the weekend. I still think it'd be a 2:30 game.
Gotta be, yeah.
But there is the possibility you could switch that around and maybe do Georgia with number 1 in the country hosting Georgia Tech. You could do that game. I guess a little interest in LSU if they're still a playoff team on the road at Texas A&M with Alabama and Auburn in that situation. But to me, it'd either be Georgia with their number 1 ranking or Alabama and Auburn just on that built-in national audience because people are just used to watching that game.
If it is Georgia Tech, you think Bama and Auburn go to primetime?
Could be 11 a.m. or prime time, and that's what most people were interested. They wanted the primetime Iron Bowl at Bryant-Denny Stadium.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. That's the Alabama fans who are writing. We'd love to have a night game in the Iron Bowl in Tuscaloosa.
I just don't see them doing Georgia Tech. I know you always tell me they like that number 1 out there, but they also like the Iron Bowl. And I think they look at it and say, which one's got a better chance of being a better game? I mean, you'd definitely say the Iron Bowl.
Oh, the Iron Bowl does, but I mean, Tech's played better. They probably their worst game with the interim coach this week in the loss to Miami.
I mean, sadly, you've got interim coach in both of those games.
That's
so,
right.
you've got two teams that have fired their coach. That certainly plays into it. But I don't know. I would imagine it's still 2:30 CBS for the Iron Bowl. I would be surprised otherwise. And look, I mean, if Auburn beats Western Kentucky, they're at least got a couple-game win streak there.
Yeah, kick time's coming up here, and shortly we'll let you know when the Iron Bowl is going to happen. But let's talk about all the national games right now and the race for the playoffs. It tightened up a little bit.
It did indeed. Joel Klatt joins us each week courtesy of MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. They will match that initial deposit 50% up to $1,000. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Klatt with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline in a sweet Fox Sports hoodie. What is up, Klatt? How are you?
Yeah, I know. I swagged you guys. You sent me T-shirts and I didn't wear them, and then wore the Fox Sports one. Man,
Yes. I'm an extra large in that. I don't know what size Lance and Jim and Rockstar need.
I'd definitely be an XL in that. So,
okay.
Yeah, we're announcing the opening game
Lance?
of USFL.
No.
Yeah, I'll take an XL too. Thank you.
Oh, okay, just 3XL. I didn't. You got it. Well, listen, on the way. And yes, are they doing the USFL soon?
They're making the announcement today, April 15th, the home opener for the world champion. Can you call them world champion?
Yes.
The U.S.
Absolutely.
champion, Birmingham
Absolutely.
Stallions. They're going to open
The
up
Galaxy champions.
April 15th against the New Orleans Breakers. So, I mean, when the Breakers and the Stallions get together, man, hold
it's
the
a barn
phone.
burner.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, if you do have that game, it would be your fourth best game of the year to date so
Wow.
far.
Wow. Shot at Klatt. What a setup.
I mean, more a shot at the schedule.
Yeah. Are you doing the Victory Bell Saturday night?
We're doing USC UCLA.
Well, that's the Victory Bell. Oh, yes. All right.
Yeah.
Klatt gets a good game.
So they moved you to prime time? I mean, the real
Listen,
other prime time?
Where prime time is wherever I'm at.
That's right.
Hey, you know what's funny about that game, though, Klatt? And, as a guy that is a USC fan, the worst thing that could happen to USC, because I think that UCLA is the better overall team, is coming off that loss. I don't know how they lose that game. And by the way, I did an on-air bet with these guys Saturday night, a very valuable body part that I put on the line when they were down 14-0, because I was totally convinced until the ball hit the ground with all zeros that UCLA was going to win that game. We talked about it last week. I thought UCLA had a path to the college football playoff.
Yeah.
They lose that game. Now they're underdogs to USC, and there's a good chance Pac-12 is going to be completely wiped out of this next weekend.
Well, the Pac-12 just can't have nice things, guys. I mean, like they just. But like if you actually, all right, if you step back and like all joking aside, right, the issue with the conference is two things. One is that the elite programs in the conference are not elite, right? And have I done the player discrepancy with you guys? Like the difference between USC and Alabama or Georgia is basically the exact same difference between USC and FAU, right? So like the top of the Pac-12 from a talent perspective, right? The talent composite, a player rating perspective. So the top of the Pac-12 is not as far away from the middle of the Pac-12 as what you have in the SEC or the Big Ten or the ACC, or maybe even this year with TCU in the Big 12. And so what ends up happening is it becomes harder for the best teams to just go unscathed. Then you compound that with something that like it is an issue for some of these conferences. And this is not an indictment. So this is not a SEC Big Ten. This is not an argument against any particular schedule makeup. I'm just stating as a fact, it's very difficult to go through one of these conferences that play 9 regular season conference games and a championship game. In fact, of those conferences, so the Pac-12, Big 12, and the Big 10, there's only been one team so far go unscathed through a schedule like that, which was Ohio State in 2019. And we know that team with Fields and Chase Young and the like, they were an elite team. Now, they didn't make it to the championship game. That was a good playoff, by the way, with Clemson and LSU with Burrow and so on and so forth. But takes an elite team to do that. The next year, in that funky COVID year, Bama did it in the SEC. Maybe in hindsight, the most impressive college football season that we will have ever seen. However, they didn't have to face, the full throat of road games in that year. So I think that will look unfavorably on them in terms of history, but they went through unscathed. And I believe that they played 10 SEC games and then a champ game, if I'm not mistaken, that year. Is that right,
yeah,
guys?
Correct.
That's right.
Yep.
10 SEC,
Okay.
a championship, Notre Dame, and Ohio State.
There you go.
Yeah.
So, but think about how elite that team was. They won every single offensive national award. Heisman, Biletnikoff, Doak, Unitas, Outland, if I'm not mistaken. Like, it takes an elite team. Well, if you don't have that elite team, you're going to slip up at some point. Even Oregon at home, even UCLA at home. And so, you know, it begs the question, like, are they scheduling to win championships? Or are they scheduling to squeeze out of the media sponge every last cent they can possibly get out of their media deal? And the answer is the latter. You know, they don't schedule for championships. And because of that, you get what you have here. And they were oh so close to owning the college football landscape or narrative for a week for the first time, guys, in close to a decade, maybe since Mariota era. They were about to have two matchups of top probably 11, maybe even 10 teams this weekend. And then it all blows up because of Arizona. I'm sorry. What just happened right there? And then you couple that, and the third that I'll say, and this does not apply to Oregon because that's a great environment. But when you play at the Rose Bowl and you can't fill it, like, that's tough. You don't get the benefit of having like an exquisite SEC road environment.
That's
you know
right.
what I mean?
That's
Jimmy,
right.
you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. I do.
Tough to win at Arkansas and Missouri.
Yeah.
Tough.
Hey, on display this past weekend, too. I mean, look at Georgia. They had to go into Starkville. Yes. Now, I don't know. I don't understand, what you guys do at Fox. I know LA is huge in the television world. USC, UCLA, that is fantastic primetime. I'll be dialed in. But your old slot, the Big Noon Kickoff, has a meaningful game this week with TCU, a slight favorite in Waco against Baylor. TCU offensively, maybe not their best outing, but everybody doubted this team in every week, but especially this past week. They were going to go to Austin. They were going to lose. Everybody was counting on it, and they didn't. They controlled the game from the beginning to the end. This team doesn't look like it's going to lose. They're going to be in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's what we have to start wrapping our head around. And by the way, I think up to this point, and I've argued that they needed to be ranked higher after the initial round of rankings, and I still believe that. Now, there was an element of Cinderella to this team, in my estimation, up until last Saturday. And this was a team that I was like, man, this is a great story, but this defense is not going to be able to hold up, right? They're not going to be able to beat Texas at Texas, Baylor at Baylor, win a Big 12 championship game. And now, after last week, I'm like, okay, they showed me another shot in the bag, right? You know how when you play golf with a guy and you're like, oh man, he's pretty good, but he doesn't have all the shots. And then all of a sudden he just like pulls off a shot. You're like, okay, well, that's interesting. He's got that shot too. That's exactly what happened on Saturday night with TCU. I knew that they were really good on offense. Even if they didn't play great on Saturday night, this is an offense that is very potent. They've got quality NFL-style players. Maybe not at quarterback, but I think Duggan is a really good college quarterback. He's obviously resilient and tough and gets the job done. But they've got an NFL back in Kendre Miller. They've got an NFL wide receiver in Quentin Johnston. Their O-line is veteran. Tough, physical, big. They can run it, they can throw it. And so I was like, okay, like they'll be all right because of their offense. But man, I don't know about that defense. D. Winters was suspended for the first half because of an ejection for targeting. And then they go out there and they give up 3 offensive points, under 200 yards. Bijan Robinson, I still think is one of the better players in all the country. 12 carries for 29 yards. Mm-hmm. So now all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, so they took what they've done in spurts as a defense and applied it to a whole game. And now we have to start wrapping our heads around, and I know that this would probably, in your part of the country, make people's heads explode. Like, TCU's probably going to go to the playoff, guys. They're the best team now in the Big 12, and it will take an upset for someone to beat them here in the next 3 games.
How do you view, Joel Klatt is with us. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, and he is with us courtesy of MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag, code next round. They will match up to 50% your initial deposit all the way up to $1,000. MyBookie.ag, code next round. And I trust me, I hesitate getting into the let's assume this happens and this happens and this happens. But how do you view a one-loss non-conference champion Tennessee to a one-loss conference champion TCU? Let's assume they do drop a game. They can still win the Big 12. Do you think that's enough to get them in front of Tennessee?
I don't know if they'll need to. Right? I think that both of those could go in that scenario.
Okay.
Because who's the third?
Well, we're counting on the Michigan Ohio State loser still being in. At least I am.
Well, no,
Okay.
I mean, no.
That's
In that scenario, Georgia is in, Ohio State is in, TCU, Tennessee, yeah. So I mean, it would just be determined. I guess I was asking if it did come down to those two.
If it came down to those two, well, first of all, I don't mean to disparage the question. I don't see how it comes down to those two.
All right, if you want to move on to Lance's question, just say it, and we'll move on to Lance's question.
No, but I've always argued, and I've maintained this from the start, 8 years ago until now, is that I would always honor a team that won their conference championship over a team that didn't. And I know that everyone, pounds the table and it's like, we want the 4 best. Well, listen, I'm not enthralled with a beauty pageant. I'm not enthralled with figure skating and gymnastics. I want to honor the scoreboard. I want to honor championships. And so I would honor TCU in that scenario. I don't know who the third is for sure that they would have to have that argument. See, because to me, there's really only 8 teams, really only 9, I mean, at the most, that have a shot at the playoff. And the teams that I would put on the outside looking in would be like a USC has a path, I guess Clemson and North Carolina, but let's be real honest. I think Notre Dame ended the ACC's chances because they're 3-0 right now against the ACC, including that win over Clemson. We've been over that. So do you get what I'm saying here? I know that I'm hemming and hawing.
Yeah.
I think that TCU as a one-loss champ and Tennessee as a one-loss would go. And in that scenario, I think that the debate would be more about TCU and the Big Ten loser of the East. As I'm just playing it out in my mind. Like, I think Tennessee has a great shot of going. Them and Georgia, I would be shocked if both of them are not in the playoff.
So I said this earlier. It's not breaking news. You can be a great coordinator and an average head coach. Steve Sarkisian is 11-11 now in his second year overall at Texas. Brent Venables is sitting at 5-5. I know it's year one, but Brian Kelly's in year one. Lincoln Riley's in year one. I don't know. I mean, are these the guys that are going to be the long-term fix at Oklahoma, Texas?
Man.
And now they're going to the SEC.
Point. Well, no. I mean, I think that the move to the SEC hurts Oklahoma drastically. And we could I'm sure we could talk about this for a half hour. This is a program that has built themselves on conference superiority. Think about it, right? They haven't won a national championship since 2000. Before that, it was back until the mid-'80s. So you're talking about well over 35 years with only one national championship. So what have they built their entire reputation on? Winning the conference. They owned the Big 12. And because of that, like a swath of the country, including big parts of Texas, was available to them in recruiting. If you don't own the SEC, aren't the other teams that now also have access to Texas going to start chipping away at that recruiting base? The answer is yes. Now, to your question about assistants, coordinators going to be head coaches, it's always a risk. I mean, it works with a guy like Bob Stoops. And at some point, you've got to get that chance. Dabo Swinney wasn't even a coordinator and then all of a sudden becomes a head coach. I think that we want things too quickly. It's a microwave society. We want teams to be good and ready to go right away. That loss for Texas was disappointing. I do think I'm going to give Brent Venables at Oklahoma a bit more of a pass. The only reason being is they lost everything. Right. I mean, the roster was pretty decimated. And I know that their fan base screamed and kicked and yelled about anybody that would disparage them. Like, we're going to be fine. Well, maybe in the long term, but this year was always going to be difficult for OU. We were all tricked against Nebraska. But remember, Nebraska was so bad that even Gus got sick. So we should have all known something was up. Something was amiss in the air that day.
But Kansas has got a better record. Kansas has got a better record.
I still think that they'll be all right. I hear you. I think it's really tough. I am really impressed with these guys that have gone in and done it in year one. Brian Kelly is doing a heck of a job. Although, my goodness, like, you're not supposed to beat Alabama at home and then play that game. Like, Arkansas is not good, guys. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but it was on the road.
Dunaway, you can tell me they're in. Oh,
it was on the road. And there was frost on the
ground.
Didn't
hurt Liberty.
And there was frost on the
hurt
ground.
Liberty.
Yeah.
That's true.
See,
That's a good point.
By the way, the frost on the ground. This is why we need the second round in the expansion on campus.
Right.
No, I agree. I agree with that. I've always wanted that.
Well, I mean, if you do want, not the best team to win, if you want weather to play a factor,
whatever.
Absolutely. I do have a serious question here at the end. I am as a guy who enjoys the entertainment aspect of football, I love all gas, no brakes, Dan Lanning going for it on fourth down there. And I
thought it was awful.
I love Lane Kiffin going for it on fourth down. It's entertaining, but as a guy that knows the X's and O's of what's going on, how much coaching malpractice was that of Dan Lanning with $1.24 to play in the game going for that?
Well, and then Kalen DeBoer was like, "Hold my beer, Dan. Watch this. I'm going to throw it around and not take any of the clock." I mean, the coaching malpractice at the end of that game was bad. Now, if Nix is in the game on that fourth down, I kind of understand it because that is their MO. That's the way that they play. But with a backup quarterback, the defense is not going to honor any type of zone read. So at a minimum, you should get in and sneak it, right? So not only do you not sneak it, which is what you've done successfully all season long, you put your backup quarterback back there in a post-snap read situation in a shotgun short yardage. I hate it. So I hate the play call. And I don't love the decision because it was a tie game. You're giving them the ball in scoring territory, field goal territory, right there, and they don't have to earn it at all. So I thought that was a horrendous decision. But then Washington starts throwing it around and not taking any time off the clock. And I'm just like, my goodness. Then Oregon fakes a cramp. Then there's the illegal touching. The whole game was drunk at the end. By the way, at the end of the Arizona-UCLA game, another horrendous decision made by a coach. It's fourth down, I think, and 5, so they could still get a first down for Arizona late in the game, inside of 2 minutes. At the 6-yard line. They're up by 3. They kick the field goal. Do you understand that the only way UCLA can win the game is if they touch the ball?
That's right.
Why would you kick the field goal and give them the ball? See, even if you fail on the fourth down, now they've got to go 94 yards to beat you. You kick the field goal and then kick it off. They returned it to the 28. So I'm sorry, like 72 yards now to beat you with the same amount of time on the clock. Like, what are we doing, Jed Fish? You had the game in your hands on the 6-yard line. You're a road dog. Go for it on fourth down. Even if you fail, they've got to go maybe 95, maybe 97 yards in order to beat you and stick it into the end zone. Was he really concerned that they were going to gain 70 yards and kick a 52-yard field goal to tie him? Like, who cares at that point? So I thought that was a horrendous decision as well. These coaches, man, they get paid so much money. How do they make these decisions? These decisions are egregious in some cases.
If Jeff Saturday can do it, you can do it.
Let's go, baby.
You could.
Hey, don't the Buffs need a coach?
Yes, badly.
Yes.
Would you take the job?
No. No. And it's not because of the program. I love what I'm doing. You mean to give all this up?
Exactly.
Sit in my own office on a Zoom with you guys on a Monday
who
morning?
doesn't? This is the dream of the American dream right here. People come across the ocean to do this. USC
This is what dreams are made of.
at UCLA in the Rose Bowl, a 7 o'clock Fox 6 for the big primetime kickoff Saturday night with Gus and Joel and Jenny. Thank you, Klatt. Have a great week.
You guys are great. I appreciate it. Have a good week, okay?
How about you too, Klatt, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented each week by MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag, code next round. They will match your initial deposit, 50% of it, up to $1,000 when you sign on at MyBookie.ag. Promo code next round.
You know, all I did was reference that little ticker thing behind him, the little box. And I started getting Instagram ads
They listen, Jim.
about that.
Yeah, they listen.
After the show.
This thing listens.
It listens,
It's
man.
insane.
Yeah.
I know.
It's insane.
I know.
And I thought about ordering all of us
Did
one.
you get one?
Yes, of course it is.
I did have to click and go shop.
That's your Christmas
I am a
gift.
sucker right there. If I did win the lottery, I did find what I was going to get you guys. We don't do Christmas gifts up here, and that's the only thing that stopped me from doing it. We have
That's the only thing.
And winning the lottery.
and winning the lottery. But I was like, I found.
And Maggie wasn't going to give you her credit card.
She was like, "That is too much to spend on those guys," is what she said. But it was something pretty cool for all of us.
Okay. Well, we'll just
then
wonder what it is.
But then I went, well, I have to get Rockstar too, and then if I go back there, then I got to get Lunsford and Forrester too, and if I go there, then I got to get Taylor one. And then if I get Taylor one, then I get Walls and Reed one,
And the first and second, third floors.
Then I got to get Kelsey one. Then I got to get Tyler one.
Alabama Hammer.
Then I feel like I get Taylor's parents one because they come every Thursday.
Yeah.
It's just slippery slope.
Yep.
Always good to catch Joel Klatt in a good mood there. Glad to have him here. Serious about the Stallions, though. They do open season 2 April 15th at Protective Stadium. The USFL Trophy today, 4 to 7 at Avondale. If you want to go by there and hang out with the coach and Skip Holtz and see the USFL Trophy, get your picture taken, you can do that today over at Avondale. All right, when we come back, trash, we'll get to that. And a story you don't have in trash, but somebody made a bet over the weekend and lost. Not LT's, not LT's left body part.
Testes.
Yeah. But somebody else made a bet, and they lost this weekend. I'll tell you what that bet is next. That's coming up. The show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision, getting you back in the game.
Make the call today, 969-8100. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, I got the procedure done over 20 years ago. I've still got 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. If you're wasting money each and every year on contacts, solution, eyeglasses, you need to make the call that I made. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. She will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, truly changed my life. They could possibly do the same for you. 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hi, this is Alex Durant from the Better Business Bureau. Does your business believe in ethics? Is your business trustworthy? Do you hold your business to the highest standards? Does customer service reign supreme? After you've answered yes to all these questions, answer this. Are you BBB accredited? If not, why aren't you? BBB is a community of ethical, like-minded businesses and brands that believe ethics and values like trustworthiness play a vital role in the marketplace and in the success of their business. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to a higher standard, in turn making their communities a better place to live and work. The BBB torch was lit over 100 years ago by business owners like yourself to protect the public from the impact of fraud in the marketplace. Today, the torch is carried by businesses large and small who all believe that better businesses make better communities. Apply for BBB accreditation today by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BETTERBIZ for a special offer for Next Round listeners and earn your sign of a better business.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
New AP basketball poll is North Carolina, Gonzaga, Houston, Kentucky, and Baylor in the top 5. Arkansas is in at number 9. Auburn is up to 13. Alabama is your number 18 team. Tennessee is 22. Texas A&M is finally ranked at number 24 there. And it was Drake over the weekend who bet $1.5 million on the middleweight UFC fight over the weekend. He picked Israel Adesanya, who was, I think, the favorite. He lost. There's a new champ. Pereira ended up winning it. A $1.5 million loss by Drake on the UFC fight.
He spends money on everything. According to some people out there, he's got a $100 million plane.
Yeah. Well,
wow. I mean, you don't want to skimp on a plane.
He's got $1.5 million less gas money now. Let's do trash. Hit it, man.
Reporters have been saying some pretty nasty things about Western Pennsylvania lately. And you know, I couldn't agree with them more. I couldn't disagree with you. I couldn't agree with you more than the fact that
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, surging interest rates may be weighing your decision to buy a home, but Mortgage Right has a program that can lift the burden. If you're looking to save money on a new mortgage, temporary interest rate buy-down may be just what you need. Mortgage Right's temporary buy-down program lowers your initial interest rate during the early years of your mortgage, giving you a chance to save money in a more demanding housing market. With a variety of buy-down options and experts nationwide, Mortgage Right can help you purchase your home with the best possible interest rate. Rates are on the rise, so it's more wise to consider a temporary interest rate buy down. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started today or 205-815-9200. We start first in Payson, Arizona. If you see a wild animal, leave it alone.
That's generally good advice.
That's what the Payson Police Department is reminding people after a man allegedly bought an owl early on Thursday morning.
Bought an owl?
Police say officers pulled over a man for DUI and, to their surprise, found an owl beside him in the car. The man told officers another driver found the owl along the road and sold it to him for $100 at a gas station.
Sounds like
I'll
a deal.
sell you this for $100. That's a good. Well,
now, the Payson Police Department went on to say, we'd like to take this opportunity, quote, to encourage the public not to use meth, or you may find yourself illegally purchasing a wild owl for $100 in the middle of the night from strangers at a local gas station.
Again, I don't think that verse is in the Bible, but it is great advice.
Boy, he's lucky the owl wasn't hungry.
Unless this story is about to take a turn, he loses an eyeball.
The unidentified man arrested for aggravated DUI, possession of meth, and possession of wildlife. Unfortunately, the poor owl was injured and couldn't be released back into the wild, so the Arizona Game and Fish Department picked it up.
A little better, but it's still.
Well, it was better than what?
Is that the same owl?
Your first one was the pigeon. You were going.
How can you look one color in one picture and?
Yeah, the one on the right looks like a fake.
And it's in a Woody Woodpecker hat.
Fugazi on the right.
He's a little inebriated on the right picture.
The Queen of Christmas is back with a 2-hour primetime concert special next month.
Mariah?
CBS will present Mariah Carey, Merry Christmas to All, Tuesday, December 20th from 8 to 10. The show will also be available to stream live and on demand on Paramount+. Filmed in New York City at Madison Square Garden, the concert special will feature the singer-songwriter performing all of her festive holiday hits, including All I Want for Christmas Is You.
Now, do you open with it or you close with it?
No, you close with that one. It's a big finish, too.
Yeah.
Got a robed choir out there.
She's got to lip sync the hell out of that one.
I'd open with it, and then I would do a montage close with it at the end.
Here it is in a different key.
I wonder if when she started her career, if you told her, hey, you're going to make a ton of cash, but you're not really going to be known as a great musician. You're going to be known as a great Christmas musician. If she would have said, I'll sign right up for that.
She probably would, based on the money she's getting.
A ton of cash, man.
Now, this one out of Royal Palm Beach, Florida. The suspect in this case was also the victim. On the evening of July 2nd, the bomb squad was called to, quote, investigate a possible explosion-related injury which occurred in the city of Royal Palm Beach. Detective with the county sheriff's office wrote that Clayton Merritt, 32 years old, quote, sustained significant injuries to his left hand, including the partial loss of a finger, consistent with injuries from an explosion.
So he can get a bomb to blow up, but he can't pop that zit on his forehead?
That's a big one.
That's a big one.
It's got a white head on it, man. Pop that thing.
Merritt was transported to the hospital for treatment. Now the arrest report continued with Merritt's mother telling the detective, quote, Merritt came to her and told her he was going to be detonating a device in the backyard, which he had constructed from PVC pipe.
Be careful, sweetie.
And the pyrotechnic powders he harvested from inside consumer fireworks. His mother advised Merritt wanted to warn her so that she and her dog would not be afraid. Merritt then went into the backyard to set the device off. His mother stated she heard the loud explosion. A few seconds later, Merritt came inside the residence, bleeding heavily from the hands. His mother stated Merritt told her, quote, Mom, you were right.
Turns out.
And he regretted making the device. His mother attempted to provide first aid and then called 911.
Hey, I don't want to disturb you and the dog, but just to let you know, when we be in the backyard, I'm going to be setting off a couple homemade bombs.
Oh, okay, baby.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay. Thank you for warning us. Well, I care about the dog. I know he gets freaked out about stuff
Jason
like that.
Pierre-Paul went on to a pretty good career after
He
this.
did, yeah.
Yeah.
You only need a few fingers to chase quarterback down.
Yep, as it turns out.
Yeah, I would quickly, if I was them, I would check his internet searches really quick just to see who he's been talking to.
I probably would too. Here are movies and TV shows with unexpected world records. The most retakes of a dialogue scene on record was from the 1980 classic The Shining. That scene where Dick Halloran, played by Scatman Crothers, explains to Danny Torrance what The Shining is, took a whopping 148 takes.
I got it this time. I got
to
it.
get right.
Yeah. That girl that does that, she's like, take 145.
Yeah, they said that.
Take 146.
But Stanley Kubrick was known as a perfectionist.
Because they said the chasing of the scene of Jack Nicholson chasing Shelley Duvall up the steps, that was like almost 100 takes. Like Stanley Kubrick wanted it just right. I mean, like 100 takes of crying with a knife, running up steps with him with an axe chasing you.
Wow, all right, we're going to take lunch. When we come back, we'll try this again.
You guys want to guess what the highest grossing Olympics movie of all time was?
Chariots of Fire.
Chariots of Fire.
Blades of Glory.
Blades of Glory.
$146 million worldwide.
To be fair, I consider that a comedy, not a Olympics movie.
Quite funny that the most successful movie centered around an Olympic sport is One Thing, where John Heder and Will Ferrell skate to Aerosmith's I Don't Want to Miss a Thing. I actually missed this movie.
Yeah, that's one thing I missed.
Did see it. My second guess would have been Cool Runnings.
It's a good movie.
Biggest Christmas Day movie release of all time.
I don't know the movies that were released on Christmas Day.
I'm going to say Die Hard.
Sherlock Holmes, $24.6 million.
Would not have guessed that one in the rest of the show.
The Oscar-nominated film of the longest title.
The, hang on, I've got this.
Money, Mom...
Money I Shrunk. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Was it Oscar
that was not Oscar nominated.
Followed by Honey, I Blew Up the Kid.
It's the one with Bill Murray in it, but I can't say the name of it. What am I thinking of?
You're thinking of aquatic sea
Life
Steve
Aquatic?
Sousa, whatever.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so this one is actually the Borat sequel. Borat's subsequent movie film, delivery of the
Prodigious bribe of
bride
the American
to-
regime to make benefit once glorious nation of Kazakhstan.
There you go. Boy, that is a lot.
It is.
And finally, we've got another round of
Would you rather? I love these. All right.
Would you rather be all alone in the desert or in the jungle?
Insects everywhere.
I
in the
think
jungle.
I'd go desert. I mean, it is going to be oppressively hot, but to Rockstar's point,
Cold at night.
I feel like I can see everything in the desert. In
Except
the jungle.
water. And you can get water in the jungle.
Yeah, but the jungle, I mean, every tree's got something that
I'm
can
going to
kill
need
you.
to know. I mean, do you have like provisions?
Yeah, you have a nice house, air conditioning.
Oh, yeah.
No, I mean, I would go desert too, but I mean, at some point the snakes look like the sand too. So
yeah,
but I would go desert.
They got those sidewinder snakes.
I think
too.
I would go jungle.
If they just dropped you right in the middle of the desert and you just got you don't have any idea which way to go. Like the next closest town could be 5 miles that way, but I don't know that.
But do you know that it's been tested that most people walk in circles in that situation?
Yeah, who tested that, Jim?
I don't know.
I don't know how that's possible if you
I think-
walk and your footsteps are behind you.
I think Jim made that up.
No, I mean you go research it. Research.
How many people have walked around in the desert?
Okay, I'm wrong. Go ahead.
That's right. Get it.
There you go. Another round of Would You Rather. Would you rather
I guarantee you, though, you will get out of it.
be the most famous actor or the most famous singer?
Most famous actor, because if I'm the most famous actor, by and large, I work at home. If I'm the most famous singer, I'm on the road all the time.
The concerts and everything
That's
like
right.
that. I would
Mariah
go-
Carey doesn't tour that much.
I'd go actor.
She is not the most famous singer either.
Yeah, I think I'd go actor too.
I'd rather be Leonardo DiCaprio than whoever the most popular singer is.
Guy from Smash Mouth.
Somebody.
Would you rather lose all access to Netflix or YouTube?
Oh, Netflix, easy.
Yeah.
I use YouTube way more than Netflix.
I would say YouTube. I'd rather have Netflix.
Remind you, thanks for watching on YouTube
Yes,
today.
thank you, everyone. Please thumbs
like
us
and
up.
subscribe.
Yep.
Hit thumbs
No,
up.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
Make sure
Coming
you
soon to
set
Netflix.
those alerts.
Yeah, we are.
Here's another one. Would you rather
What do
receive?
you watch on Netflix?
I watch a lot of stuff on Netflix.
Like what?
Very like right now. I'm going back with Jack watching Breaking Bad.
Hey, has anybody ever watched Manifest?
Yes, I watched probably the first 5 or 6 episodes.
Leighton loved it.
Yeah, Jennifer and I tried to get in on that, and I don't know, man. We're 2 episodes in, and I'm hit or miss.
You didn't
I
try
don't know.
Justified?
No, I did not try Justified.
It's one of Timberlake's best albums.
I got 2 more. Would you rather? Would you rather receive an additional $50,000 a year or $900,000 every decade? It seems pretty simple to me.
I would go 900,000 every year.
Yeah, I get it at the end of the decade.
Yes, on the 10th year.
I'd need to look at some interest rates to see what I could do with $50,000 a year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like on investments.
Not a good market right now.
No.
And finally, you get $25 million, but you have to take one. You have to be the one to choose which holiday to banish forever. Would you choose Christmas or Thanksgiving?
And people know you did it.
Oh,
This is the guy that took away Christmas.
Yeah.
I would
Because he
banish
got money.
I would banish Thanksgiving, but
Yeah, Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I like Thanksgiving better, but for the good of the people.
Yeah, the people want Christmas more
Yeah.
than they want Thanksgiving.
that is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Rate.
Hey, home values are on the rise, but so are sky-high rent prices. Stop wasting money on rent. Start investing in a lifelong asset. Take control today by talking with our friends at Mortgage Rate about your home ownership goals. Mortgage Rate has the option, speed, and ease you're looking for when purchasing a home. Their mortgage experts are just a phone call away. They're always willing to answer your questions and guide you through the home buying process. Make the most of the current housing market by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR to become a homeowner today, or call 205-815-9200 if you're in the Birmingham area. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
And as always, this hour being brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. And remember, you can always participate in the show on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, where they're helping you see America in 2023.
Yeah, you can see more online, JohnstonRVCenter.com or I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. They are clearing out those 22s to make room for the 23s, so you save big with Johnston RV Center at JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Four downs in this segment in just a second, and we'll do the Nick Saban news conference at the top of the hour. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Odie's, where the guys will be back out there Wednesday night.
Yeah, every Wednesday night, Odie's Team Trivia. It's a Birmingham institution. Odie's Tavern, located right there in Crestline Village. Delicious lunches and dinners. Ate there actually last Monday. Burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Fantastic patio. Enjoy this fall weather. Enjoy ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Go see Will Haver and that great staff today at Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right. So Joel Klatt earlier on the show, so too, an interesting conversation with John Samuel Shenker, the Auburn tight end. You can get both of those podcasted today. Nick Saban news here in a second, but first it is time for 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations, including that 5th location that opens this week in Pell City. Make sure you get in, see the guys. Anything you need bumper to bumper, these guys can handle for you and your family.
First down.
Oh, where were we? More surprising, 8-1 Vikings or 3-6 Rams?
I'm going to go 8-1 Vikings.
Yep.
I mean, the Rams losing is one thing, but 7 one-possession games so far this year that they've won. That's an amazing. In the NFL, you play a lot of one-possession games, but to win 7 of them already, that's crazy.
And Kirk Cousins is the quarterback. I mean, you don't see a guy like Kirk Cousins normally at 8-1 this late in the season.
I'm going to go Rams, though. That's the 3rd worst Super Bowl champion record through 9 games.
And it's a lot of injuries. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, too.
Second down.
Okay, better chance of running the table and getting into the college football playoff, TCU or USC?
So USC's running the table would be UCLA, and then who do they get?
Notre Dame, and then Oregon or Utah.
No, I'd rather have to play TCU slate. They've got Baylor, they've got Iowa State, who's awful, and then they're going to get
Kansas State probably.
Yeah, 2 or 3 loss team in the conference championship game.
Yeah, but the good question is, I'd rather be TCU, but the better chance of it happening.
Still is TCU to me. Yeah.
I'm gonna go USC is a better chance. I'm not sure they get in if they win them all, but I think finally they're getting some quality opponents here, some quality wins with UCLA, Notre Dame, and then that championship game.
USC should have never lost that game at Utah. You guys had that. I mean,
I know
they shouldn't, but they really have no quality wins. Other
they really
than that
don't
right now. Yeah.
Yep.
Third down.
Who loses a game first, USC or the Eagles? Eagles got the Colts at home this week, and they got Commanders tonight.
I think the USC loses Saturday. I don't think they'll lose to the Commanders tonight, the Eagles. But that's kind of the way the NFL works.
But something feels weird about the game tonight.
What's the number on that game?
Which one?
The NFL game tonight.
I didn't see it.
Monday Night Football. 10.5. That's a big number in the NFL. I mean, the Eagles are going to lose, and it's normally, a lot of times when a team is this deep undefeated, they lose to a game you don't see coming. This would be that tonight. I'll still say USC, though.
I'll go USC, too.
Fourth down.
King Charles III, 74 today. Better career, King Charles III or Magic Johnson?
Oh, it's easy, Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
What has King Charles done?
What has he done?
Yeah,
exactly. He just sits there and just wears jewels and has
No.
sausage
But
fingers.
he sat around and waited for somebody to die.
No.
I mean, that's what he did. He sat around and waited for somebody to die, Rockstar, to become king.
Yeah, that's 4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire. Go get them, and we'll do it right now. Nick Saban's news conference coming up in just a second, but we'll end up giving you some good information in a second. But Vulcan Tire, those great locations, they'll help you bumper to bumper with your service. While we get people set up here, Brownie, tell us about the great folks at MyBookie. They've been with us all football season long, and they'll be with you through the bowl games, too.
Yeah, MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round. $1,000 sign-up bonus up to $1,000. They will match 50% of any initial deposit up to $1,000. Promo code next round with MyBookie.ag. Promo code next round, MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag. Promo code next round.
Special guest in studio. Last month, Dr. Eric Brewer discussed bladder cancer with us. This month is Bladder Health Awareness Month, and Dr. Allie Pardon, urogynecologist with the Urology Centers of Alabama, will talk to us about healthy bladders. First question, what is the difference between a urologist and a urogynecologist?
Great question. So a urogynecologist can either be a board-certified urologist or board-certified OBGYN, but they do an advanced fellowship. So there's been a fellowship in urogynecology since 2013. And so you can start out in either one of those directions, and then you go and do advanced training in incontinence and prolapse and things. So technically, the name of our fellowship is Female Pelvic Medicine and Reconstructive Surgery, but if you say that, people look at you and go, what?
That is a lot.
Yeah, you're like, I just got one word of that. So we shortened it to urogynecology because it's a lot easier to.
My dad used to beat me up all the time for not drinking enough water. How important is drinking water to our health, especially when we're talking about bladder health?
It's super important. And most people, sometimes people like have incontinence issues and they actually think, oh, well, if I drink, then I'm going to have to go more frequently or I might have an accident on themselves. And actually reducing the amount of fluid you're drinking makes your urine more concentrated, which is actually more irritating, can actually make you have worsening incontinence or worsening frequency. And so having nice dilute urine after you've urinated and you look at the toilet, it should be very pale yellow to clear. It shouldn't really have a lot of color to it. And it also just helps make sure that if you're drinking plenty of water, then everything's flushing out appropriately. You're less risk of having kidney stones. I don't know if has anyone come on and talk about kidney stones yet for the Bladder Health Month, but drinking plenty of fluid is really important.
So what are the top 2 or 3 signs? If I've got a bladder issue, I'm going to see these signs.
So most of the time is when you start kind of thinking and planning your life around some bladder issues. So for men and women, like I'm going to the bathroom too frequently. So normally you should urinate about 6 to 8 times per day. Getting up 1 time a night is normal, up to 2 as we get older. But if you're like, I'm having to go to the bathroom 4 or 5 times at night, or I'm going once an hour, or I'm planning I have to go to the bathroom and then I'm going to go to the store and then I might have to stop at the store before I go home. You're planning your life around your bladder. That's not really, you shouldn't have to live our lives around our bladder.
Yeah, I try not to make these segments about me, but I'm the oldest one here. So I will give. So if I go number 1, and then I turn and take 3 steps, get ready to wash my hands, and I'm like, oh, I need to still go number 1 and turn back. Is that a problem, or is that just the fact I'm in my 50s?
He's the oldest guy here, and he just called it number 1. By the way. point that out. Yes.
So that most of the time, causes for urinary frequency and going a lot tend to be different for men and women, but they're both signs of a bladder issue. So a lot of times for men, it is as you age, prostate issues start becoming a problem. And a lot of times urgency and frequency and getting up a lot at night are symptoms of prostate issues for men. For women, we develop overactive bladder for various reasons over time. And so, yes, if you're having to go to the restroom or kind of what we call double voiding, or you almost feel like you're not getting it all out because you're having to go right back, that would be a sign of something going on with your bladder.
Well, get in front of the problem. Call an appointment with Dr. Pardon at the Urology Centers of Alabama, 205-930-0920. You can also visit the website, urologycentersalabama.com. Quick question for you. Does Daisy get table food?
Yes.
Okay.
It was Daisy.
Daisy dog.
So it was not her child.
No. All good dog owners give their dogs table food.
She's very special.
Not a Vizsla, though, right?
No. It's an English Springer Spaniel.
Oh, those are good dogs.
I like that.
Is that the one you almost got?
We almost got a French pointer.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for rushing up. We know.
No, I'm sorry.
We know your day is so busy and everything. We appreciate you coming up and spending time with us because so many guys and women watching it. Your information is valuable. So thank you so much.
Yeah. So for our women's center, we have 4 female urologists. 3 of us are urogynecologists. One's just a general female urologist. And so, especially for the women, if you want to have a problem and you want to just see women, come see us at our women's center.
And you don't know me well enough, but the fact that you said could be a sign of a bladder issue, these guys know all day long. I'll be telling them,
I know
I've got a bladder issue.
He's booking his appointment with you guys.
Thank you so much for being with us. All right, top of the hour here, Nick Saban's news conference when we come back.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, the Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through takes us to Tuscaloosa and the Nick Saban News Conference, just beginning over there with his opening statement.
In reviewing the film, obviously, I think that we always have to be able to focus on taking advantage of opportunities that we have. We also have to focus on making sure that we learn the lessons of things that we do that actually help the other team have opportunities in the game as well. So those are all lessons to be learned. I think the focus needs to be on our team, what our team needs to do to each individual on our team and each unit on our team. What do we need to do to improve? What do we need to do to try to do a better job with consistency and execution in terms of what we do as coaches, as well as how we get the players to stay focused so that we can execute with more consistency. Great to see Byron Young, SEC Defensive Lineman of the Week. He had a heck of a game. Will Reichert made some real key clutch kicks in the game. It's great for those guys to get recognized. Austin Pay, Scotty Walden does a really, really good job there. For FCS, these guys are ranked, in the top part of their division and just about everything they do. They're really good on defense. They got one of the top 10 defenses. They average 450 yards a game on offense with a lot of balance. Quarterback does a really good job with them. Number 10, McCray, is a really explosive player that they do a good job of utilizing his talents. They got good returner. Look, we need to prepare for this game like any other game that we play. We need to be ready to play well. They have enough people on their team to be able to take advantage of any lack of execution. And certainly we want to focus on us being able to execute, in a really positive way and try to build on the momentum of, having a good second half and improving to finish the season.
Start over here, Charlie.
Yeah, Coach, you've talked throughout the season about the emphasis placed on turnovers. Is there something maybe you can pinpoint as a reason you guys have had so few of those this season?
I can't. It comes down to player awareness. It comes down to player focus. It comes down to, on defense, you got to be physical. When you're physical, you knock the ball off of people. When you have good cleanup, which means a lot of guys are getting to the ball, second guy in has a chance to take a shot at the ball. All these things are things that we emphasize, and we actually did better in this last game, but only got the result of one turnover. Had another chance to intercept the ball and didn't make the catch, but we just got to keep harping on it and keep working on it with our players to work on how do you get the ball out, when do you take shots at it, and try to do it better, because this is something that has a significant impact on games, and we need to do a better job in that regard.
How do you describe the vision and the footwork of Bryce Young in the pocket when the protection breaks down and he has to make things happen?
Well, we had 3 or 4 of our explosive plays, in the game where, whatever you want to call him, moving in the pocket, making people miss in the pocket. He's deceptively quick to make people miss, especially if they're coming out of control. But he does a fantastic job of having a feel in the pocket of when he needs to do it, and he's very good at doing it. And his ability to extend plays, and then our receivers have done a really good job when he does scramble, of applying scramble rules to get where they need to get, so they have an opportunity to make themselves available for the ball. So that was good for us in the game. I mean, I think we made 3 or 4 big plays on that kind of thing.
Up front, Nick Kelly.
What would you say is the next step in Ja'Cory Brooks's development?
Ja'Cory Brooks has played really well for us. Guy's a dog. He plays great on special teams. He'll block. He's physical. Plays hard all the time. Makes contested catches. I'm sure that if you ask him, There's always things that you can improve on, whether it's releases, separating at the top of the break, whatever. And I'm sure there's things that he can improve on, but he's one of the guys on our team that I think is a great competitor who has really played consistently all year long for us.
Left side with Katie.
Coach Brian Branch obviously had the stop on the 4th down play, but just kind of what kind of weapons he been in the defensive backfield all season and just kind of his versatility?
Brian Branch is he's a very versatile player. He's got good cover skills. He's physical. He's a good blitzer. For the most part, he's a good tackler, although on the long run at the end of the game, he missed the tackle, but I think he's a really, really good competitor. And, his versatility as a player, playing star, playing safety, playing money is, it's, if you don't have a few guys like that on your team, then you don't have any diversity in what you can do on defense. So, and I think he's played extremely well for us and very consistently all year long.
Back here.
Hi, Coach. When some of those end of season goals are off the table, what's the biggest challenge in getting your team to play with that same consistency and intensity throughout the end of the season?
Well, I think it comes down to a lot of the things that we talked about last week in terms of, are you going to define your identity as a football player and as a football team, or are you going to let other people do it? And being the best that you can be as a player, taking some of the things that have happened to us personally in terms of your pride as a competitor and the consistency in our performance are all things that if you are a competitor, you're going to respond. And I think our players did that in this game. Now, the challenge is are we going to continue it to finish the season?
Up front here, Tony.
What did you see from Terry and Arnold kind of stepping in for Eli against Ole Miss, and just what have you, his ability to kind of just do that off the bench?
Well, I mean, you saw the game. I think Terry Arnold plays really well when he plays with good technique. I think when he has bad habits in his technique, which I'm not going to get into specifically, he allows the other guy to take advantage of him on release and doesn't always put him in a great position to play the ball. But he actually played better as the game went on. The guy has been a starter for us for, half the season. So he's got experience. He should be able to go out there and play with confidence, and we have confidence in him. But I also think he's got to stay focused on doing things correctly because it helps him be able to put himself in the best position.
Two more. We'll start with Mike Rodak.
We saw Tyler Harrell get into the game briefly on Saturday. Just where does he stand with his health and just his comfort level with the offense?
Yeah, well, he's learning. He's healthy now. He's learning. He's getting lots of reps. Guy's got really good speed, which I think would help us on offense. And I think, we need to, find ways to try to, use him in certain situations that can be helpful to giving us some explosive vertical plays down the field, which there's, been a lack of recently. And, he's making really good progress.
Go to Joey. Finish up over there.
Hey, Coach. You talked last week on Hey Coach about unsung heroes, and you mentioned guys specifically like Byron Young and Kendrick Law. Not necessarily those guys specifically, but in general, how important are guys like that contribute to the team that don't necessarily share the same spotlight?
Well, I think it's important to have a whole team of guys like that. I think if everybody's putting the team first and want to do what they can do to help develop themselves so that they create value for their future and opportunities in their future, as well as whatever their role is on the team, do it the best you can do it so the team has the best chance to sort of develop the kind of personality as well as the intangibles that you need to be a great competitor. And look, there's a lot of distractions out there, and guys have to choose to focus on the right thing. Can't worry about all the stuff. You've heard me talk about it before, external noise, rat poison, whatever you want to talk whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. When you step on the field to compete, you need to be focused on what you need to do to play the best you can to dominate your box against whatever the challenge is, whether you're an offensive lineman, a defensive back, a linebacker, it doesn't matter. And that's a challenge. It's more challenging now than it's ever been before. But it's important for guys that aren't starters on your team, don't even know if they're going to play, to get ready to play so they can take advantage of the opportunity when they do play. Because those opportunities will come at some point, and sometimes it's when you least expect them. And some of the young guys on our team have done a much better job of that this year than I thought some of the guys did in years past. All right, thank you.
That's Nick Saban on the on-campus drive-through, brought to you by Hamburger Heaven. Brown will give us the kick time for the Iron Bowl after you tell us about Hamburger Heaven.
Yeah, since 1982, our friends at Hamburger Heaven, Pete Flack and those guys do such a great job. They've been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, hand-spun milkshakes, including that eggnog shake, chili, sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients fresh, prepared daily for breakfast or lunch. Visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
A reminder, the Egg Bowl is 6 o'clock Thanksgiving night on ESPN. Black Friday is a 2:30 CBS kick, Arkansas at Missouri. Primetime, 6:30 kick, Florida at Florida State. Florida State's playing improved football.
That's right.
That's a tough.
Playing much better.
That's a tough game for Florida at
Big
Florida
win
State.
this past week for Florida State. Tough game for Florida in that one.
That's ABC primetime, by the way, 6:30 for that one. Early games on Saturday, noon kick, 11 o'clock kick, ABC, Clemson at South Carolina at Clemson. Straight out of Game Day on ESPN. Good old-fashioned hate, Georgia Tech at Georgia. The 2 o'clock kick, Louisville at Kentucky. 2:30 CBS is the Iron Bowl, as we had expected. 6 o'clock, primetime ESPN, LSU at Texas A&M, and 6:30 SEC Network, Tennessee at Vandy. So Iron Bowl, primetime, Iron Bowl, CBS 2:30, CBS 2:30 Iron Bowl.
So 2:30 for the Auburn-Alabama game there. So it is the traditional spot where it is more often than not, right there in the main CBS broadcast, at least until they lose the contract. And then we may get more primetime Iron Bowl games in the future, which apparently will help and excite people like Chase, who'd like to have the game at night and not on CBS. All right, so let's do the viewing menu. It's brought to you by New Life Art. What Rockstar is watching tonight, our stock report, and a crazy NFL weekend is coming up.
Our friends at New Life Art, publishers of fine art editions, they've got another game week special for Austin P. Dunaway, you want to guess the code?
Let's go P.
I'm going to say...
you can't P.
Austin P is going to be... You can't spell championships without P.
That is quite a code.
Wow. Free standard shipping on any order with the code Stomp the Govs at checkout. That is Stomp the Govs.
Second guess, yeah.
They're the governors.
This offer ends 11/20/22. You can shop now, DanielMooreArt.com. I'll never forget when we had the NCAA tournament back in like the late 80s, and Austin P came in and pulled an upset in the first round. And all their fans, let's go, Pete.
Oh, yeah, they've done it for years.
Let's go, Pete.
For years. Rockstar, what are you watching?
Netflix tonight, there's a new kind of documentary show called, I guess it's Stutz. You follow Jonah Hill and his therapist as he candidly discusses mental health and the progressively worsening anxiety attacks related to movie production that have turned his dream job into a nightmare. So it's one thing you'd want is your therapy sessions to be released on Netflix.
Yeah.
That's tonight. And then 6:30 on Mormax, we mentioned it in Trash from 2006, Borat with Sacha Baron Cohen, and one of the best, I guess, fight scenes in hotel and cinema history.
Oh, it's hilarious.
It's a great fight scene.
But do people, I mean, by and large, the people that watch Borat, do you think they believe that those encounters are real with, like, the dinner party and all that?
Well, do you think that Rudy Giuliani would have accepted the role in the second film?
Some of that stuff is.
No,
but
that stuff's legit.
No, that dinner party's not. No, it's not legit.
Yes, it is.
It was.
Do you think the etiquette county or what Birmingham etiquette thing knew that they were going to be on the screen?
No, they're actors.
No. Those are real people.
Yeah.
How do you
think Shawn Williams was made up?
No, I mean, I think some of it's real, but I think like when he goes to a dinner party and they got cameras set up and everything's a perfect shot, that is not real.
But he said that they were doing, what was it, a documentary?
It's a documentary for his country.
Yeah.
You can't do it now because everybody knows who he is. But in 2006, nobody knew who Sacha Baron.
And they wanted to know about the etiquette of, of the South and the etiquette of the United States.
It's actors. I don't believe it's real.
Okay. It's real.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you guys act like you know for sure it is. How do you know for sure it is? Because he said it?
No, I mean, I think a lot of the actors, somebody filed suit against him.
Roy Moore did.
I know a bunch of the kids in the Winnebago that they picked up
Yeah.
when he shows them, they sued him.
No, I don't believe it's real.
So the actors had sued him.
That's you weren't cynical.
I'm not. I'm just being truthful. I don't believe it's real.
That's what Rockstar is watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, again, that game week special, Alabama versus Austin Peay. Free standard shipping on any order with the code STOMP-THE-GOVS at checkout. This offer ends 11/20. Again, you can shop now, DanielMooreArt.com.
Okay, stock report coming up. But did you notice over the weekend, more losses in the Big Ten West means if Iowa wins out, Iowa's in the Big Ten championship game.
I think everybody's alive in that division except for Nebraska and Northwestern with 2 weeks to go.
That is correct.
So Iowa holds they're the ones that control their own destiny is what you're telling me?
If they win both their games, they are in the Big Ten championship game. Iowa, who we have spent most of the year joking about their inability to score points, could be playing the winner of the Ohio State-Michigan game in the Big Ten championship game. A great case for not having divisions.
Yeah, no doubt. So Iowa is at Minnesota and versus Nebraska. I mean, I don't know. It's the Big Ten West. How do you know? How do you know if they can win those
I
games?
thought Illinois had this thing wrapped up, and now back-to-back losses.
Oh, they've been awful. Yeah.
And should lose again this weekend
Yeah,
to
they will.
Michigan as they play another good gimme games this week in the Big Ten for Ohio State and Michigan, likely because they're just that good. You get Michigan and Ohio State with a chance to continue their unbeaten season, heading towards rivalry weekend when that game will be at 11 o'clock in the morning, as it always is, as they play in Columbus this year. By the way, Maryland, who we thought could maybe score some points in that game this past weekend against Penn State, they did not. In fact, Maryland in the first half, after our landmine Mike Loxley in the pregame show saying, I'm going to take Maryland inside the number here. They may not win it, but, I mean, one thing we agree with, Mike Loxley, other than that one game in Santa Clara, pretty good at calling plays. 27 yards of offense in the first half.
Yeah.
27.
And I still am not convinced Penn State's a good team. I know they're right there on the edge of the top 10 right now.
Well, you know who better hope they're a good team's Michigan, because Michigan loses to Ohio State, and you want to make a case for them. What wins do you hold up? The Penn State win. That's it.
Penn State and to some degree maybe Illinois at some point. But there you go.
Illinois better get better quick.
I don't think the loser of that game's getting in.
Yeah, I don't either.
I think Tennessee is in.
Even if it's Ohio State.
Ohio State stands a better chance because Notre Dame has played improved football. That will help Ohio State. They've still got Penn State, but I mean it's a hard argument.
So.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, Clemson sneaks back into the conversation now thanks to the Oregon loss. If the Pac-12 implodes on each other, Clemson at least has a path again to playing their way in there. When we come back, our stock report in college football, and then we'll get back to everything else going in college football and that amazing day in the NFL. All that straight ahead right here on the show that's being brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's. If you're about to pop the question, one place to go. They've been going there for over 100 years, almost 200 years. It's our friends at Bromberg's. If the Dutton Ranch was built here in Birmingham, likely John Dutton would have got his Yellowstone ring from Bromberg's.
Did you watch it last night?
I did. 2 hours. 2 hours and 30
Was it
minutes.
good?
So you gave up White Lotus for that?
No, I watched White Lotus too.
Okay.
I'm in on both.
Okay.
Both of them were very slow in the beginning.
I thought White Lotus was fantastic last night. Okay, so
Well, I haven't seen that one yet.
If you are thinking about popping the question this holiday season, you got to go see the Diamond Specialist. That is our friends at Bromberg's. As Dunaway said, family owned and operated since 1836. They've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
We are back on, and some interesting news coming up in college football with our stock report in just a second. But as we told you earlier, the Squadron, they have a big game coming up Tuesday night. It's their next home game down at Legacy Arena, and an interesting addition to their roster that will join guys like John Petty and Jordan Swing on that Squadron roster. Kyra Lewis is now part of the Squadron team. He's been sitting down, and Kyra will be part of the Birmingham Squadron moving forward. If you want to see that Tuesday night game against the Lakeland Magic, you can do so. 7 o'clock tip at Legacy. Just go to the Squadron website, or you can call this number 205-719-0850, 719-0850, or wherever you get your Ticketmaster tickets for all the home games for the Squadron this year. 7 o'clock, Legacy Arena coming up with Kyra Lewis now on that team there. Looking forward to some basketball happening. We gave you the AP poll earlier. Auburn's all the way up to 13. Alabama is now 18 in the latest AP basketball poll as those teams stayed unbeaten back on Friday. More games coming this week. Wayne's brings you part of the show today. Staying connected with your lawn and keeping it in great shape is what Wayne's helps you do.
Well, if you want it to look the best it possibly can in spring and summer, the fall shutdown season is critically important. 866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call. 866-WAYNES and the number 1. When you call Wayne's, you need to ask them about Envirolawn. Envirolawn is what they do year-round, but in the fall they get the proper nutrients and pre-emergence in the root system and in the soil so that your yard looks the best it can in spring and summer. 866-WAYNES-1. Use code TNR to save. They will knock a month off. So you're only going to pay for 11 months, get 12 months of Envirolawn when you use the code TNR. 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1, and the code TNR.
You heard Nick Saban talk briefly about some of the players of the week in the SEC. How about the weekend Ladd McConkey had? He ran for 70. He rushed for 71 for the Georgia Bulldogs this past weekend.
It's hard to believe. Take the tight ends away. And by the way, I'll continue to say it, Brock Bowers does not get enough touches. If Brock Bowers was part of Alabama's offense, how many times would Bryce Young target that guy?
Oh, I would say a lot for sure, yeah.
But with that said, I mean, when you look at Alabama's receivers and Georgia's receivers, Ladd McConkey's the best of the bunch.
Yeah, we said that pretty early in the season when we looked at this receiver power rankings. I had a guy reach out. You know, I don't know if I was serious or joking. Honestly, don't remember saying it. But apparently at one point I said Ladd McConkey couldn't cut Nick Saban's grass at Lake Burton, which sounds like something I would have said jokingly, but I'll own it that I said it seriously. I have no earthly idea. And a Georgia fan, after McConkey made that play on the run, dug that back out and said, do you still believe, you know, or you look through your thick crimson glasses you share with Jimmy and believe that Ladd McConkey still couldn't cut Nick Saban's grass? I'm sure you believe all the Todd receivers, TAHD, are better than him. And I was like, actually, no, we did a power ranking. And I said, he's number 1. It's not even real close, honestly. I don't even know who's close. Ja'Cory Brooks, Paris.
Who's number 1 to McConkey?
Yeah.
On the Alabama roster?
No, well, I mean Georgia, Alabama combined.
Yeah, I mean if you were at the playground and you had to select one receiver from those two squads.
No, based just on book by cover, I ain't going McConkey, but based on what I've seen on the field, 100%.
Yeah,
Ladd McConkey's the best. And I don't even know who's second. I really don't. I don't know if it's Ja'Cory Brooks or Paris Jackson or
probably Ja'Cory.
Yeah,
I guess.
But McConkey's an easy number 1.
Yeah, a lot of average there for two really elite rosters. Speaking of which, let's get to the stock report. It's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. Hit it, Rocky.
Baumhauer's Spotlight.
Stock up, stock down. College football's stock report.
And our friend Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa, right there on the Strip. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob Baumhauer is still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Stop in today for lunch or dinner to one of those locations of Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
All right, Brownie, start us off, man.
I'm going to go stock up TCU. The Horny Toads are right back in this thing with a chance now maybe even to survive a regular season loss and be in the conference or in the college football playoff. I mean, if they lose to Baylor and still win the Big 12, even a one-loss TCU's got a shot at this. And I don't think I felt that way a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I do think
well, anybody with one loss is taking
it's going to take. I still think Tennessee with one loss, not winning the conference championship, would get in over TCU with one loss.
Yeah, but as Klatt said, it's not necessarily an either or. I mean, both of those could be in. And of course, the Pac-12 is my stock down. And that's not a bad logo, by the way. The Pac-12 is my stock down. Just a rough weekend for the Pac-12.
What about you, LT? What do you have for us?
I've got Steve Sarkisian down 11-11 now. That was an awful offensive performance. I could throw Quinn Ewers on there with him. Quinn Ewers has not been the same quarterback that we saw early on this year. Also, I've got the Pac-12 scribbled in there. I agree with you.
It looks like you're dividing Steve Sarkisian divided by the Pac-12.
Yeah, well, he wasn't good in the Pac-12. He's not good in the Big 12. And then I've got Harold Perkins Jr. stock up.
Yeah, fantastic weekend. We talked about that a couple of times throughout the show. For me, I've got Clark Lee stock up. I mean, for Vandy to get where they got, to have an SEC win, first time in a 26-game losing streak. It ends on a road win at Kentucky. So Clark Lee stock up. That team has played better this year. 4 wins. They got the over-under total back in September from their Vegas win total. Would have to win out. Not going to happen for them to make it to a bowl game, but pretty darn close there for them. Quinn Ewers is my stock down. I mean, 171 yards passing. He's come a long way downward since that injury in the Alabama game when he was lighting up that secondary, Brown.
You know, a lot of hot takes after that game of Arch Manning needs to look elsewhere.
That's right.
And all that. I don't think those people feel the same anymore after seeing Quinn over a full season.
And then I threw a different color down in the bottom, the hell in the handbasket section for Texas A&M's offense. It's not even stock down anymore. We could do that every week. It's now down to it's gone to hell in a handbasket. Is that the saying? Did you ever hear Southern people say that?
Yeah, I've heard it.
That's gone to hell in a handbasket. I don't even know what that means.
It's a hot-ass handbasket.
It's hell in a handbasket is where Texas A&M's offense is now.
You know, after A&M this weekend, I don't think the offense can get any worse. But, you know, they were averaging an SEC low 22 points per game, and then they go out and they score 10 against Auburn.
Yeah, they haven't scored, I forget the number, but that 30-point mark against an FBS opponent, it's getting to be an outrageous number that they haven't scored 30 in. So if you just score 30, which most college football teams seem to do when they win games, Texas A&M ain't catching you.
Well, Ohio State scored 20-plus in 71 straight games now.
Yeah, and I just don't think that – I don't think that number's going to change this year. I mean, UMass is not an FBS opponent, and against LSU, I don't know that they're going to score 30 points with that offense.
If you go back and check the final segment, the end of the first hour, a whole segment on Texas A&M and some of the reaction that is going on in College Station to Jimbo Fisher's offense these days. All right, that's our spotlight today. The Stock Report brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Again, celebrating 40 years. Get in, try that Alabama hot chicken, Bob's own personal recipe. Now keeps it locked away. Baumhauer's bringing you the newest and greatest featured item, fresh southern fried chicken breast smothered in that tangy blend of the herbs, spices, honey, and apple cider vinegar with a spicy finish, served up with a side of homemade smoked Gouda cheese grits, Miss Mary's southern greens, and garlic bread. Get in, try it for lunch or dinner today at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Brian Kelly gets $75,000 more dollars for winning the West. His bonuses now this year, $575,000. I don't know what got him the $500,000 part. It seems like winning the West would have been more than worth $75,000.
Yeah, I mean, they're paying him a ton. You're almost to because this is a proven commodity. This is not a first-year head coach that might have called lightning in a bottle. You're almost to the, hey, let's just tear the contract up and start over deal with him now. West in his first year.
And if he wins the SEC championship, I'm sure it's a bump. Getting to the college football playoff would be a bump.
Do you think just beating Alabama was worth some money in the bonuses there? Because I didn't see what made the other $500,000 of the $575,000 in bonuses.
No, that could be it.
I'm sure there was a bowl eligibility, maybe beating Alabama, winning the West, winning 10 games. I mean, you know.
Started to check a lot of boxes.
You know, the interesting thing, this could be the biggest win in UAB's history if they pull the upset off this weekend. And at the same time, LSU could go on and win the SEC championship, and the SEC could end up getting no teams in.
There's no way they would get no teams in.
We've gone from 3 teams to no teams.
What scenario would you have them getting no teams in?
If LSU wins the SEC and they lose to UAB, they ain't getting in.
Georgia's still in.
No, LSU's not getting, but Georgia would still be in, and Tennessee could still be in.
Yeah.
But no teams.
You had 3 teams last week. How are we down to no teams?
That's a quick turn off the cliff.
I'm just saying. I mean,
but the SEC champion wouldn't be in, would be your point.
Yeah, the SEC champion wouldn't be in. If TCU and USC went out, Ohio State.
Yeah.
But Georgia still gets in.
Yeah, Georgia's in. There's not a scenario.
All right. When we come back, the NFL yesterday was iconic, and we'll talk about that and a lot more. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends who bring you the lock every day. It's our friends at Hemp Hill Services. LT will send out a lock later on. Got a pretty good Monday night football game with the Eagles trying to stay unbeaten. That's some nuance there. And can the Commanders, a little rivalry game, get things going and try to shut down the Eagles? He'll have a lock on that and a lot more. A free one going out at the Lance Taylor on Twitter. Tell us about our friends at Hemp Hill. I know you are very close to Adam and Chad in that group over there.
Oh, yeah, great guys. And, again, you need to have this number program because if something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. It's happened to about half the staff up here. First call we always make, Hemp Hill Services. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now 205-229-2090.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Listen, you know my daughter is of drinking age in college, and occasionally she's somewhere having a party and stuff, and I started to have a adulting moment with her the other day. I said, if you're at a party, we've talked about drinking and driving and all that the other day. I said, let me show you this app that if you are at a party, and you guys don't need to go anywhere, just have the party come to you. It's called Buzzed. And she quickly,
she said, "You're too cool, Dad."
No,
It makes me sick.
No, she was like, "Dad, you think I have not heard about Buzzed?"
Yeah,
she
I'm
already had it on her phone.
Of course.
And I was like, "Oh, well, way to go, daughter." So she's got the Buzzed out, Buzzed.
Everybody needs this app, especially during the holidays. First of all, you don't want to be drinking and driving. The second thing is you don't want to leave the party. Let the party come to you. That's our friends at Buzzed. Fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first of its kind service. Found on your app store. Download it. BUZD. Use the code NEXTROUND for 15% off your first order. They've got cannabis, including the Delta 8, alcohol, tobacco, adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed. BUZD.
And Patrick's right. I did tear up a little bit because we were at lunch yesterday, and I was like, "Oh, where'd you hear about Buzz?" And she goes, "You act like I never listened to your show."
I would have guessed that, actually.
Yeah,
with
I would have too.
Yeah.
I didn't think, because she's not a sports fan.
Yeah, I wouldn't guess. I don't think Leighton's ever listened to the show.
But she occasionally will turn it on, she says. When she's flipping by something on YouTube, she'll see it pop into her timeline, and she'll click and see what silliness we're up to. And she heard a Buzz spot. So hats off to the young generation out there, as Patrick's making me sound like the old man. All right, let's talk about the NFL yesterday, because there's so many big things happening. Away from our teams. We'll start with the Vikings and the Bills. One of the most roller coaster endings I have ever seen in the NFL. And the NFL produces a great product almost on a week in and week out basis. But to have those plays at that goal line in a sequence of 3 like you had there you thought it was a touchdown, and then he's ruled down. And then, this and that. I mean, it just ends up being a series of plays that just was blowing your mind.
Well, I mean, back-to-back plays, Cousins couldn't get it in on a sneak, and Allen couldn't get it out on a sneak. I mean, normally a sneak is, it's the safest thing you could do right there, obviously.
Well, that's what you got to do. I mean, with the time left, because you could have taken a safety and you still win the game, but you got to give the ball back to Minnesota, so you're not going to do that. All you got to do is be able to handle that snap. And a lot of this goes back to, a lot of quarterbacks aren't under center. I mean, they're going shotgun. Josh Allen had been in shotgun the entire game, and you go under center there and just didn't get the exchange clean.
And you're under center, and that's an issue. But what is the center thinking? I got to get out of here quick and get pushed because they're coming right over me, right there. I mean, all the pressure is going to be up the middle to try to stop the quarterback sneak. And if you're Allen, you're thinking the same thing. Is I got to get my feet moving and get some momentum behind my center. Well, what are you not thinking about there? Getting the snap clean, right? Those are the two things, and you're rushing it because you're trying to get off the ball. I mean, it's just a recipe for disaster.
We have watched a ton of football for decades and decades. I've never seen anything like that.
Not like that ending.
And for Buffalo to blow a 17-point lead is just it's baffling. And now it's just reported, I didn't even see this, when after Jefferson makes that great grab to set up first and goal on the 2, then they end up sacking Cousins. Well, they're saying now Buffalo had 12 men on the field.
Oh, really?
On that
and
sack.
The refs missed it?
Yeah, the refs missed it.
Yeah. By the way, Vikings have won 7 one-possession games this year to get to their record. They're still plus 1,400 to win the Super Bowl. Nobody's taking this Vikings team serious. Plus 1,400 to win the Super Bowl.
I think they're not taking it serious, Lance, because of Kirk Cousins. Does he strike you as a Super Bowl winning quarterback?
No, but the year that Jared Goff got the Rams to the Super Bowl in 2018.
Couldn't win it, but he got him there.
Yeah, got him there. And, if Cooper Kupp would have been healthy that game, there's a chance, and the same with Todd Gurley. A quarterback like Kirk Cousins with what he's got around him.
The 2 top NFC teams, record-wise, I know you still think it's San Francisco, but the 2 top NFL teams record, well, crap, throw San Francisco in there. Your quarterbacks are Jalen Hurts, Kirk Cousins, and Jimmy Garoppolo. And those aren't exactly, when you start doing quarterback power rankings, those aren't the guys you normally find at the top.
No, and the other teams at the top, Seattle with Geno Smith. The New York Giants with Daniel Jones.
I mean, it's a wild NFC,
really
isn't it?
San Francisco did get a big win over the Chargers last night, 19-16. Both of those teams are 5-4, and they made a point during the broadcast at how, one team was 5-3 and had this perception, the Chargers, and the 49ers were 4-4. And were being considered by some to be one of the best teams in the NFC at 4-4. The perception was totally different. San Francisco wins the game, and there's the Chargers again trending in a bad direction. The 49ers defense played great again last night. Deebo Samuels is back. McCaffrey's finding a place. They're still running the ball well with other people. Garoppolo's making plays. It's two good football teams, but a solid 49er defense is why you bet on them.
Well, and the difference is San Francisco's getting healthy, and unfortunately the Chargers aren't healthy. And, at the end of the broadcast, it was Collinsworth saying really the only playmaker you've got here is Eckler, because you've got no Mike Williams, you've got no Keenan Allen. You've only had Keenan Allen for a game and a half. But if Herbert got those guys back, the Chargers offensively could be dynamic. It's just, your hands are tied behind your back when your best two wide receivers are out.
Also yesterday, Green Bay with a big win over Dallas. Former Auburn player Rudy Ford with a couple of key interceptions in the first half of that game. Rudy was right where Dak Prescott was throwing the football twice. One was Rudy fooling Dak Prescott on the coverage, and the second was Dak and CeeDee Lamb not being on the same plays, and Rudy was Johnny on the spot. 2 interceptions there, and Green Bay gets the win over Dallas.
Did you have a problem with McCarthy going for the 4th down in overtime?
I did not.
4th and 4 out near midfield. I think they were only about the 45 or so. Something
I
like
really
that.
did. I was scared to death because it's one of those, again, in overtime, dogs go there to die.
That's
and I'm
right.
catching 4.5. The only way you can lose is really lose the toss. Dallas goes down and scores the touchdown. So I was afraid they were going to go right down and score the touchdown. They were running the football effectively. The missed pass interference call, though. The hold was not really a hold, I didn't think. I guess you could call it. But then you missed the pass interference, which I'm glad they did. But then it led to the 4th down play, and I know he's getting killed for it because he went for it and didn't get it. But I thought it was kind of the right call in that situation.
The Dolphins are in first place in the AFC East by a half game. And this week, Miami's on a bye. They joined Seattle, Tampa Bay, and Jacksonville on the bye this week. So technically, the Jets and the Bills can move into a first-place tie. But Miami's got a tiebreaker so far over the Bills. So the Dolphins are playing good football right now with everyone healthy.
Yeah, I don't know anybody that's playing better quarterback than Tua. You've got the leading passing offense in the NFL, so they're very dangerous. They're banged up on the secondary, and that's the thing you worry about if you're Miami. But as I was telling Lance earlier, Dunaway, this was the first game where you had a full week of Bradley Chubb, who the Dolphins acquired at the trade deadline. And I think it showed in Miami's defense. Cleveland, who's a good run team, was not able to run the football. They weren't able to move it down the field. Now Miami's got a bye. They get Houston coming out of the bye. This is a Dolphins team that's got a tough finish, but could have a good bit of momentum going into that tough finish.
You just got to keep Tua healthy.
Yep.
Tua's in there. This offense is great.
But he's not getting touched right now. That's how you keep him healthy.
Such quick passes and everything. Cardinals beat the Rams. Kupp is injured. We've talked about that a little bit earlier in the game. The Rams and the Saints coming up pretty soon. You're going to be down for that game?
Yeah, I can't believe I'm wasting money going to this game 2, 3, and 6s. And the Rams are completely broken. And now, the news hasn't come out, but I will almost guarantee you. We had Dr. Allie Pardon in, and she had the tightrope surgery done. She's a big runner. And I was talking to her about the Kupp injury. And she thinks, if it's broken and there's any tendons torn, it could be 6 months before he runs again.
Yeah, so he's probably done not only for the year, but he's deep into the camp before he's ready to go next year.
And they've battled some injuries, obviously. at one point yesterday, Trace McSorley and Bryce Perkins were both in the game, third-string quarterbacks for both sides. But there's got to be some accountability from my boy Sean McVay. I'm going to throw it out there. They're just not making adjustments, and this team is really, really bad right now.
And I just wanted to spend 30 seconds on the atmosphere in Germany. I know we gripe all the time about games played outside of the U.S., but what a fun atmosphere that was. I know a lot of you didn't get a chance to watch it, but the fans singing and people who have covered the NFL for years say that if they were really ever going to really put a franchise in Europe, that it should not be in London, that it should be in Germany, that the American base is there, and the way they love American football, that it would be much more successful there than it would be in London.
Was that in Munich? Was that where
it was
in
in Munich?
Yeah.
And late in the game, they're getting ready to run the biggest play of the game to ice it, and they had played Mountain Mama, Take Me Home in the commercial break, and it was still going on, and they are having to audible with signals a because of crowd noise of them singing
they're singing
to John Denver. And it became a big karaoke at the end because then they took knees and then they started playing Sweet Caroline. They're doing post-game interviews during that. And then the NFL Network folks are doing their and they've got the lights out and everyone's singing Journey songs and everything. It just became big karaoke. It was a great atmosphere for that game.
Well, I think it's fun for those fans, but at the same time, we don't need a team overseas.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, I think we all agree on that. But if they ever were going to go, Germany instead of London is what we were saying. Okay, one more segment to go when we come back right here on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor. Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Insurance premiums are increasing on your home, your automobile, and your business like never before. And having just one company as an option can cost you thousands of dollars each year. I'm Tyler Watts with Tyler Watts & Associates. We're an independent insurance agency and represent over 50 companies such as Nationwide, Progressive, Allstate, Travelers, just to name a few. Finding an affordable option with A-plus rated companies is what we do for our clients. Don't be held captive to just one company. Let me and my staff help you today. Call me at 205-664-4444. That's 205-664-4444.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Couple of interesting notes to end up with after LT tells you about the New York Butcher Shop. Our stake bets split over the weekend, the ones you knew about. I won LSU outright. LT won the yards rushing for Ole Miss. Meanwhile, I did win one for UCLA, but more on that when I need to pull that out of my back pocket to take one of my bad ones, like maybe Jeff Saturday getting more wins in the next 7 games than Lane Kiffin does in the next 1, 2, or 3 games as the Ole Miss head coach.
Or taking my Rams to make the playoffs. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes. Perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family, ready to heat at home. Don't forget the huge deli sandwiches and catering options for your next business lunch meeting with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. The New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you. Cava Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Smuff does ask a great point. If you wanted to pay off in steaks to Brownie that left nut you owe him, how many steaks equals a nut?
It's a lot of steaks.
That's going to be. If you said you've got to give up steak for the rest of your life or the nut, I would give up steaks.
Yeah, but then I don't get those steaks. You're going to have to give those steaks up to me. Yeah, this is. If you don't think I'm going to hold this over Lance's head for quite a while, you're crazy.
Were you going to bring the $7?
Huh? I got $7 in my pocket right now. Turns out I didn't need it.
Yeah, but you don't technically really want the nut either, though, do you?
No, I don't. I just want to hold this over Lance's head.
Always want the nut.
Huh?
Always got to have the nut.
Well, no, I'll pass that.
Interesting movement on the betting line for Western Kentucky's trip to Jordan-Hare Stadium, 3 o'clock this week on the SEC Network.
Auburn is down to a 5.5-point favorite. This opened at 6.5, which if you haven't paid attention to us or college football, you might have been surprised at how low that opened. For the 3 o'clock SEC Network kick at Jordan-Hare, it's already dropped a full point, Lance, down to 5.5, which tells me what?
It tells you probably sharp early money is leaning Western Kentucky because you know the public's going to be all over an SEC team laying less than a touchdown at home.
Such a weird line.
I think Auburn gets the benefit. It's a 3 o'clock game as opposed to an 11 o'clock game.
That helps a little, yeah.
It's going to be hard to recreate the atmosphere that Auburn had on Saturday night.
Yeah, you will not. Not
it
for
won't
Western
even
Kentucky.
come close. Yeah. And Western Kentucky, they've won 4 of 5. They beat UAB. It's a team that can score a lot of points.
4th leading passer in the nation.
And Austin Reed.
Austin Reed. Yeah.
LSU, a 14.5-point favorite, hosting UAB. That series is tied 1-1. Ole Miss, 3.5, coming off the loss to Alabama in Fayetteville against Arkansas. Florida is a 14.5-point favorite. Big number on the road in Nashville after that Vandy win over Kentucky. Georgia's 22.5 on the road at Kentucky, same place Vandy just won. And Tennessee, 21.5 on the road at South Carolina. That's the Herb Street Fowler game this week. Cedric Tillman expected to be ready for that game, according to Josh Heupel.
Say that again. Herb Street Fowler are going to Tennessee at South Carolina.
Is the state fair still happening there?
No, I think they've shut her down, Jimmy. Things got too cold for that.
I mean, is there a chance that that the Tom Hart crew thought that they would be at the Tennessee-South Carolina game?
Yeah. I mean, Tennessee's only a 3-touchdown favorite on the road.
They walked in and said, tell you what, Herb Street and Fowler's decided they want to do that game. Tennessee-South Carolina, prime time on ESPN this week with the Herb Street crew. Should be a lot of fun. That's a fun show today here on a Monday. Thanks to everybody, including Joel Klatt and John Samuel Shenker, who are on the show with us today. We're back with you at 9 a.m. Central on Tuesday. A new Mystery Fifth Hour. We're about to go record one of those. Get that on all of our platforms, wherever you get your podcast. And don't forget to remember to like and subscribe at all the Next Round platforms. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.